Because does it include a sort of merging between UNGEGN and GGIM, for example? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. No, it's not considered appropriate to even consider the concept of merging the two bodies. UNGEGN is setting a strategic platform for a range of spatial data activities. UNGEGN is focusing on place names, focusing on how, as individual countries, we can develop appropriate standardization processes and learn from each other as to how to do so. So we are very much a grassroots concern, whereas GGIM is a strategic concern. They will certainly be interested in capacity building within countries for spatial data use over the years, and that's probably the direction that they will be going in. And they will then rely on UNGEGN to assist to build the capacity for place naming within each country. But it's more that synergistic relationship rather than any form of merging that we want to develop. Thank you. I recognize the French-speaking division.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voulais vous signaler à propos de l'agence qui s'occupe des noms de planètes, de tous les engins interstellaires. En fait, il s'agit de l'Agence internationale de l'astronomie qui est à Paris et qui est très active. La Commission nationale de toponymie de France a de très grandes relations d'ailleurs avec lui. Et avec cette agence, et donc peut-être par cet intermédiaire, on pourrait raccrocher vis-à-vis des noms de planètes. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much for that advice, Elizabeth. Much appreciated. If there are no other comments or questions, I'll just, that is the Romano-Hellenic Division.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for these very interesting proposals that you have set for us in order to examine during the next year. I would like to come back to what Helen said earlier and take it maybe a step further, saying that we also have to think about two other points, one substantial and one procedural, if you want. The substantial is that we have always to keep in mind that the conferences are attended by government experts. We participate as governments, as countries, whereas during the sessions we are just technical experts. So, and also keeping in mind that, to my view at least, the last conference, the 10th conference, was maybe the most politicized conference that I have participated in. We have always to keep in mind that there is a risk of further politicization in our work if we put an equal number of conferences and of technical sessions. But this, of course, is something that we will have to work on in order to limit the politicization. That is the substantial part. The other part, the procedural one, is that you have already confirmed that you intend to keep the 1 day before and 1 day after UNGEGN sessions before the conferences. Now, I don't know if that's enough, especially during the start. I think that maybe a 2-day plan would allow us to coordinate our work better in front of the conference. So I mean that instead of losing a whole session, a week's session, we could compensate that by adding 1 more day in the beginning in front of the conference. So instead of 1 day of UNGEGN session, have 2 days of UNGEGN session before the start of the conference. This is my contribution. These are 2 points that I just wanted to point out, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for that suggestion. As I said, there is going to be ideas that each of you may have, and we will be most appreciative of those ideas being put forward to us for consideration. I think anything that the experts give us will be considered and will be taken into account as we put a plan forward at the conference. So thank you from the Romano-Hellenic Division. I see no other desires to comment or question, so we will conclude the discussion or the consideration of agenda item number 2 and move to the agenda item number 3, and I will pass the microphone to the Secretariat to provide the report of the Secretariat to the group of experts.
Good morning, members of the podium. Good morning, delegates from the various divisions. Thank you on behalf of the Secretariat. I know Stefan already said thanks, but I'm equally saying thank you from the Secretariat for being here and for participating in this 29th session. I have the honor of reporting to you what we, the Secretariat in New York, has done for the period June 2014 to March 2016. My brief report, as made available on the UNGEGN website, will look at the topics of what we have done in terms of publications, what we have done in terms of our website, in terms of capacity development, the UNGEGN and UNGEGN relations, and of course, what we expect to do in the future. With regards to publications, you would have all been aware that we have what I like to call New Look Information Bulletin. For the reporting period, we issued 3 publications, and these were circulated to the mailing list. We have added an editorial section, and we ask you to provide feedback, and we have been receiving feedback, some of them very positive, which we really appreciate, and we're asking you that our 4th issue, which will be out in June 2016 after the conference, it will be our 50th issue, and we hope to make it a very interesting issue. So we're inviting your submissions to make this issue very special. In addition, as is the culture, when UNGEGN goes to a different country to have its session or conference, there's usually the issue of a postcard. For this session in Bangkok, we are pleased to say, with the help of the Royal Thai Survey Department, that a new postcard was designed by the United Nations Graphics Unit. The postcard we don't have in paper will be made digitally available. As you will notice, many things in this meeting will be done digitally. In terms of other publications, we, with the help of, we have done some banners, and in addition to social media, in recognition of our 50 years, we created a Twitter handle, and we're encouraging all delegates to tweet what is happening during this session. And the Twitter handle is at UNSD_UNGEGN. So please go ahead and tweet. In terms of our website, the working groups and the divisions are encouraged to continue to contribute, maintaining the website. Your meetings, your announcements can be posted to the website. Your technical documents, the working groups and divisions are encouraged to also maintain your own websites, as many of you do. Sometimes the links are broken. We encourage you to check on the website and let us know if links are broken and submit your documents. Helen has been doing a fabulous work at maintaining the world's geographical names database, and we cannot implore you enough, those of you who do not have your information where there is blank spaces on the map, to submit your information on your cities that are over 10,000 in population, that we can have your information included in the World Geographical Names Database. In terms of capacity development, in January 2015, the Statistics Division supported the Tunisia to host a training workshop that supported a number of countries to participate. The workshop, I understand, based on the report, was very successful in more ways than one. We also encourage our members and our delegates to use the resources that are available on the website to support your capacity building efforts. We recognize that most of the information is available in English, but we encourage you also in your national capitals to support translating some of this information in your native language to support capacity development. What we have also done is to make the link to the online web course available on the front page of the website, so it is much more accessible. It is not hidden under the working group's web page, which is not very easy to find. In terms of monitoring our web pages, we continue to do so. The number of hits on the web page has remained somewhat constant, not many hits. So that is something to think about in terms of increasing the profile of UNGEGN and making more persons aware of the resources that are available on the website. In terms of strengthening UN-UNGEGN relations, one of the important decisions coming out of the Bureau meeting that was held after the 28th session was increasing communication within the working groups and between the Bureau and the working groups. And I am pleased to say that a number of teleconferences were held. We had 4 such meetings, and I'm sure the working group conveners and Bureau are pleased with what has happened in terms of increased communications, although of course it has been challenging given the time zones differences. Between Stefan and our chair, Mr. Watt, they have mentioned the UNGEGN UNGEGN relations and increasing and strengthening the relationships. I'm reporting that the work has started. We have had the chair and the vice chair participating and delivering presentations during GGIM meetings, be it our high-level forum and of course our annual sessions. And we hope that this will continue. We will have cross-fertilization and integration between both working groups. And of course, in terms of the review of UNGEGN operations, the work has continued, and the Secretariat has been supporting the review of the operations, and we encourage the discussions that they continue, and that the reforms, I wish to emphasize that the ultimate decision should be made at the 2017 conference and the impact becoming effective later on. In terms of our future activities, the Secretariat is committed to advancing the standardization of geographical names and supporting the group of experts. And some specific activities we're committed to working in improving the contents of the website, in processing your submissions for updating the World Geographical Names database in a timely manner, and of course, employing strategies to make sustainable capacity development for the training in toponymy, and also to provide advice on forging the partnerships required to advance UNGEGN's work programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cecile. She forgot to mention one of her most time-consuming and annoying activities that she has to deal with during her work as supporting UNGEGN, and that's chasing me to get things done on time. And I appreciate the efforts that she does on that behalf. Does anybody have any comments or questions they would like to address to Ms. Blake from the Secretariat? I recognize the US-Canada Division.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much to the Secretariat for the report. And I know the hard work that goes on within the Secretariat and some of the people who are not here today, and I know we all give our thanks to them for the work that's been done. I just had one question, and this is about the 6 languages of the UN, and the fact that really most of this database is in, oh, sorry, not the database, the website is represented in the English language. And I know we've had discussions before about translations, and if I could just mention particularly the media kit, which a lot of work went into from Publicity and Funding Working Group a few years back. And I'm wondering what the situation is today with translations or the possibility of any of that information being available in one or more of the UN languages, because that certainly is something that we really need to use to promote the work on geographical names. It's really useful for any country to have. So I guess first is the question about the other languages or some of the other languages of the UN. And then secondly, if other people have made translations into non-UN languages, I guess encouragement to contact you so that perhaps these can be made available too. Thank you.
I'll pass the microphone to Stefan to answer.
Thank you. No, I think Helen raises a very important point. I mean, technically, the UN, of course, has very strong resolutions on multilingualism, and all documentations that are of an official nature indeed have to be translated into the 6 official languages. What we're having, to be quite honest with you, a little bit of a problem right now is what is considered an official document. And of course, all the official documents that are resolutions or things that are discussed in a General Assembly, or even documents like our report here, there is no doubt about it, and we get the service support to have it translated. We in the technical areas right now are struggling a little bit with the UN, where there have been significant cuts in general services like translation, that we get our technical documentation translated. So I mean, the reality, unfortunately, the sad reality is that we have to fight more and more, and even sometimes for the official languages, we have to, in statistics that happens to me, I have to ask for the help of our friends in the national statistical offices and to help translate. So I mean, we are pushing this. I mean, and because I really do appreciate the importance of language. And when you look at our web statistics, there is still, of course, an enormous bias towards the English-speaking world in terms of use. It's quite obvious, because if materials are available in other languages, you immediately increase the accessibility. So that's a concern, but unfortunately I cannot say we can easily solve this by sending all the materials to a UN translation. We increasingly get a pushback, and where it says this is not an official document, So, I mean, we will only translate it on an as-available basis, and that sometimes means 2 or 3 years later. So as a technical director, I will certainly keep pushing, but I think we need to perhaps also, for some of the materials that we identify as strategically important, and I appreciate your reference to Media Kit, because I'm acutely aware that communication is a very critical topic. So if the Bureau identifies these documents as strategically important, I can perhaps push harder, or we may have to consider situations where some friends in UNGEGN, even for the official languages, can help us with the translation into French or Spanish or the other official languages of these sort of documents that are not official documents but strategically important.
Thank you for that question and the answer, and I would also like to add my thanks to those countries who have taken the time and effort to be involved in translating some of our material. As you probably have seen recently, for those in the Portuguese-speaking division, there is the resolutions were translated to be a third language for the resolution database that Korea is hosting. And that was undertaken by the countries themselves. So if there is any other country that wishes to be involved in that type of activity, it would be most welcome. Any other comments or questions for the Secretariat? If not, I will declare item 3 closed and invite the Vice Chair, Ferjan Dormeling, to take the chair for the consideration of item 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ferjan Ormeling from the Netherlands, and under this item, item 4, the group of experts has before its document WP764/Ref2. This agenda item is about what was achieved by national authorities during the last 2 years. And one difference between our UNGEGN sessions and our conferences is that at the latter, countries report individually, and for the former, they report by division. So the standardization work done over the last 2 years by national authorities has been collected by the divisions and has been presented in their division reports. Instead of presenting these reports individually, we have opted to summarize them and have been lucky to find Catherine Cheetham to make an overview and the synthesis of them. So I call on the distinguished delegate from the UK division, Catherine Cheetham, to present this report.
Many thanks, Mr. Chair. As the chairperson has said, we no longer present all of the division reports in this session due to our time constraints. Of course, that's a great shame, yet it falls to me to try to represent all of the work that you, as your divisions, have submitted to the Secretariat. That's a very difficult task, to try and represent all of the work that the divisions have put together, probably 150 pages of information, and distill it into a meaningful summary to present to you here. So before anything else, I apologise that I can't possibly do justice to all of those toponymic projects and endeavours that have been achieved at the divisional level, and indeed at the national level, amongst each of the division's members. So in that regard, of course, listen to me for the next short while, but I certainly warmly urge you to read the individual division reports as well. There is a wealth of information contained in them. Of course, many of the topics that I'll briefly touch on just now will be raised in more detail in the later agenda items through the week. Nevertheless, in this short overview of the reports, I'll aim to give a flavour of the content and the significant themes that the divisions have put together in their reports. So of the 24 geographical linguistic divisions, 18 have submitted reports, and here are the 18. The size of the type is no reflection on my perception of those divisions. It's more about the length of the name of the division. In terms of structure and content, the division reports vary considerably as to structure, length, content. It's not surprising, as the degree of activity in the main areas of focus differ from division to division. The divisions are naturally composed of countries with different challenges, different resources, and some divisions may wish to report on activities which others pay less attention to. It's notable that most of the division reports are a compilation of their member nations' activities, rather than focusing on work at the divisional level. And since there are no agenda items specifically dealing with country reports at our UNGEGN sessions, it's not surprising that member countries wish to report on their national activities, and of course we want to hear about those national activities, so the division report is the natural place to do that. It's quite difficult to make direct comparisons between the reports given the structural variety. Some of the reports are arranged thematically. As the example noted on the slide shows, the Dutch and German-speaking division have arranged their report thematically. Others are organised by activities and projects, such as the Arabic division. However, focusing on the positive, there is an overriding sense of collaboration within the divisions. And even where members are not working together on specific projects, there is support, encouragement within the divisions, which is very evident as soon as you read the reports. And many members seek to engage other members, their fellow members within their divisions that have not been so active. Most of the reports describe divisional level activities before focusing on the national activities of the members. And some division reports are solely a collection of the national reports of their divisions. And it's probably fair to assume that that reflects a somewhat lower degree of division level engagement. Most of the national reports naturally draw out highlights in their own domestic activities. As to the length of the reports, there's a fair variation amongst those two, the longest being 10 or more pages. The Eastern Europe, Northern and Central Asia division, I think, wins the competition for longest report of 12 pages, some just 2 or 3 pages. That's, of course, no comment on their merit. There's no ideal length or format or template for the reports. I know a standard template is something that's been discussed in the past, but for the moment, there is no such template, so the divisions put together the report that they see fit as best represents the activities of their members. So naturally, the content of the papers reveals plenty of disparities in terms of size of the divisions. Some have just a single member, and some with upwards of 10 contributing members. The composition and the chairing of the division is described in most of the reports. A number, such as Africa Central Division, describe positive efforts to re-engage nations affiliated to their division who have not made recent contributions. A number of the division reports underline the importance of cooperation with the division, and the reports listed on the slide here have arranged meetings since the 28th UNGEGN session, and those that have not managed to meet often report on other opportunities that they have taken to share information. It's clear that many divisions are taking other opportunities to hold meetings in conjunction with other related events, such as working group meetings, toponymic training courses, and other UNGEGN sessions, or indeed conferences not specifically related to UNGEGN, but with other toponymic themes. There are a number of sizable division-level projects that have been undertaken. For instance, the Arabic division reports that the division now has a permanent office in Amman. I think that's the first time that there has been a divisional headquarters, and that division are working towards the production of a standardized gazetteer, an Arab atlas, and establishing a database for Arabic geographical names. The Asia Southeast Division has established a divisional map and a gazetteer, which will be, I believe, brought to this present UNGEGN session. The Eastern Europe, Northern and Central Asia Division describes its members' work on the working group on geographical names of the Council on Geodesy, Cartography, Cadastre and Earth Remote Sensing of CIS state members. And that group compiles e-bulletins recording name changes since 1990. The Francophone Division has described production of promotional material about the division, along with a bulletin and information gathering opportunities that they've taken across the division. And the Francophone Division, Niger, also describes collaboration with the ICJ on boundary delimitation. There's been collaboration and information sharing between the Slovenian Commission for the Standardization of Geographical Names and the Slovenian Surveying and Mapping Authority, and the Serbian Geodetic Administration. The Portuguese-speaking division has described the compilation of a list of country names and exonyms and a glossary in Portuguese. And a number of the members report on their participation at a symposium on onomastics in the Arab world and the Sahel, held in Constantine in February this year. And the Baltic Division describes their participation in 2 separate Czech, Polish, Slovak meetings on terminology used in the standardization of geographical names. And the Northern Division has described a potential project to collect names transnationally across the members of that division. So, as I say, most reports provide an outline of national names authorities of the member countries of that division, or they describe the state authorities responsible for managing geographical names information. The legislation supporting such activities is also frequently detailed in the reports, and recent amendments taken within that legislative structure described. There are 7 new or restructured in some form names authorities having been created since the past session. Those are given on the slide there. I think Africa South, the Botswana Commission being an entirely new committee. And 2 divisions additionally describe agencies that are dedicated to the names of places outside their national boundaries. That was the East Central and Southeast Europe division, specifically Poland, and the United States within the USA-Canada division. Over the past decade or so, the attention paid to the topic of minority names and minority languages has steadily increased, and work on support for such projects is now a fairly frequently occurring topic within the divisional reports. It's mentioned in the reports listed here. A number of reports describe other symposia. There was a minority toponyms symposium that took place in Slovenia, mentioned by the Dutch and German-speaking division. And the Northern Division describes the existence of transnational minorities across the region and considering addressing those at the divisional level. On the topic of international programmes, there's been a significant amount of work to support global or regional databases. In particular, the EuroGeoNames programme flourishes and is drawn out, for instance, by the Romano-Hellenic division, particularly Cyprus and Italy. There's continuing work towards the INSPIRE initiative, that's the EU initiative on establishing infrastructure to achieve interoperability and compatibility of spatial data. That's mentioned in many reports too. Again, the Romano-Hellenic division mentions that, Cyprus, Romania and Spain. The Dutch and German-speaking division, specifically Germany, Lithuania from the Baltic division, and Slovenia from the East Central and Southeast Europe division. Work on the general bathymetric chart of the oceans, that's GEBCO, is described by the USA-Canada division, specifically both USA and Canada, and China, of the China division. And work towards UNESCO's Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage is reported by the Northern Division, specifically Finland, and the Francophone Division. Toponymic training continues to be a significant focus. A number of new training courses have been developed. The Latin America division, specifically Mexico, reports that a toponymic training course has been developed tailored specifically to Mexico's requirements. They've based that course on a pre-existing course run by the Pan American Institute of Geography and History, PAIGH. The China division describes training materials and courses that have been prepared in support of its second National Geographical Name Survey. I know we'll be hearing more about that particular very large project later in the week. And the Dutch and German-speaking division report on their members' involvement as lecturers in toponymic training courses. We've already heard a little bit about that. And Sweden, within the Northern Division, describes toponymic training for government authorities, and through the Geographical Names Network, training for Swedish official bodies on the use of foreign geographical names, and for the benefit of foreign users, information on Swedish geographical names. The promotion of geographical names is covered in a number of reports too. There have been a number of good activities to promote the work of UNGEGN, including a translation of the UNGEGN brochure and the media kit into Portuguese, a translation of the UNGEGN glossary of terms into Polish, and a translation of a number of Wikipedia pages relating to UNGEGN and to the Romano-Hellenic division into the languages relevant to that division. A number of reports, such as the Africa Central Division, specifically Chad, describe efforts to raise awareness of geographical names issues in the region. And a planned Place Names Day is reported by the United Kingdom Division, specifically Jamaica. Estonia, from the Baltic Division, reports that the annual holding of their Place Names Day in Estonia continues and describes the continual update of a handbook to facilitate management of address data. The Francophone Division describes the formulation of a distance learning toponymy training module, activities on the promotion of standardization amongst its members, particularly Cameroon, and a training workshop that was held in Tunis in January last year. Sweden, of the Northern Division, also reports that a virtual world Sweden has been incorporated into the computer game Minecraft, with the goal of encouraging young people to use geographical information. Cyprus in the Romano-Hellenic division has produced a poster promoting the standardization of geographical names and has distributed this to all high schools across the country. USA-Canada division describes activities raising awareness of geographical names issue through an anniversary celebration, the USA, and Canada in the production of a commemorative map series and the archiving of historical documents. Along with the minority names and minority languages, I think it's the topic of cultural heritage that has most steadily increased in my time participating in UNGEGN sessions. It's really become quite a significant focus, and that's apparent reading the division reports. Developments on this topic are listed here. Some divisions report on name changes brought about by cultural and historical factors. For instance, the USA-Canada division, USA, describing the renaming of North America's highest peak, Mount McKinley, to Denali. There have also been several meetings focusing on cultural heritage, listed here. Place names as intangible cultural heritage, held in Florence in March last year. And the symposium Place Name Changes, held in Rome in November 2014. A number of divisions mentioned that too. Cameroon, both of the Francophone and the Africa Central Division. Italy, of the Romano-Hellenic Division. And the proceedings of that symposium have been published as a volume of the book series Name and Place. Also, the symposium Geographical Names as Cultural Heritage was held in Seoul in November 2014, again mentioned by Cameroon and Canada of the USA-Canada division. As you might expect, most of the divisions touch on their production of toponymic material. The publication of toponymic mapping and atlases is naturally linked to National Geographical Names work, and it's described in many of the papers. Those that mention that topic, specifically mapping, are given on the slide here. The China division, China, describes the progress of its second National Geographical Name Survey, and the question of addresses and street names is also included in a number of the reports. A bit more on toponymic material. Toponymic guidelines, the proposed or actual production of new editions of national toponymic guidelines have been mentioned by the Dutch and German-speaking division, that's for Germany, and the Northern division, that was Finland. And toponymic glossaries have been compiled by members of the East, Central and Southeast Europe division, that was the Czech Republic, and the Portuguese-speaking division, that was the division itself. Lithuania, from the Baltic division, describes the publication of a volume of a dictionary of Lithuanian place names and a 5-volume dictionary of world place names. The Eastern Europe, Northern and Central Asia division, Kazakhstan specifically, mentions the publication of dictionaries of geographical terms and of folk geographical terms. And as I mentioned, the book series Name and Place, which was initiated a number of years ago now, has seen 3 volumes published since our past 28th session. This book series is sponsored particularly by members of the Dutch and German-speaking division. Databases and gazetteers, naturally enough, in our digital world, this has become one of the cores of our work, and this is probably the most common theme mentioned across the reports, mentioned in all of the division reports listed here. In fact, it's probably more interesting to tell you that only 2 of the received reports did not mention members' achievements on the creation and updating of databases and gazetteers. So the other countries that mentioned that topic are shown on this slide. Naturally, too, plenty of divisional and national websites are mentioned in the papers. There are 5 divisional websites, and links to some 60 national websites are given in the reports. The home pages of the division websites look like this: the Arabic division, the Baltic division, available in a number of languages, the East Central and Southeast Europe division, the Francophone division, and the Northern division. Links to the national websites are provided in the summary paper that you'll find on the UNGEGN website, and I would encourage you to click through as many links of those as take your fancy, because they are a fantastic repository of geographical names information. Exonyms and country names, both mentioned a number of times across the reports. Some divisional members describe drawing up lists of exonyms or national language forms of names beyond their state boundaries, and report that the activity level of the working group on exonyms, of course we'll be hearing more about that, remains perhaps the highest of all the working groups. The working group has met twice since the 28th session, in Hermagor in June 2014 and in Zagreb in May last year. The collection and storage of country names are addressed by a number of divisions too, those listed here. Writing systems and pronunciation are ongoing topics as well for a number of divisions. Writing systems and specifically romanization as part of national activities are described in a number of the reports, those given here. And other orthographical regulations are covered by the Eastern Europe, Northern and Central Asia division in the reports, national reports of Azerbaijan, Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan. Meanwhile, the East Central and Southeast Europe division, specifically Hungary and Asia Southwest other than Arabic, describe work on the correction of encoding in its data and the presentation of non-Roman script writing systems, specifically in the Asia Southwest other than Arabic division. Pronunciation isn't a commonly occurring theme across the reports, but there is a brief reference to it in the national reports of Germany and the Netherlands in the Dutch and German-speaking division. Activities supporting maritime and undersea feature names are covered in national standardization activities reporting by the USA-Canada division, both Canada and the USA, and the China division. And the China division also mentions its activities relating to lunar names. The Asia Southeast division, that was Indonesia, describes a platform facilitating crowdsourcing of geographical names. So, drawing all this together, I can pull out the principal areas of achievement. As I say, there's a very rewarding sense of collaboration across the division, across the divisions. Technological developments with electronic storage and dissemination of geographical names data, as well as improved web-based tools, allow general progress in the handling of geographical names. And as shown by the list of divisions and their members reporting work on toponymic databases and gazetteers, 2 whole slides worth of member countries and divisions, it's clear that most divisions are making really good progress in these areas. A good deal of new national legislation has been adopted in support of geographical name standardization, and names are frequently being captured from topographic maps to populate geographical names catalogues or databases. And good international collaboration is exemplified by national support to the INSPIRE Directive and EuroGeoNames project. However, naturally, there remain challenges. Geopolitical instability has been noted as affecting the positive progress of some divisions and engagement with certain members, mentioned particularly in the reports of the Africa Central Division and the Francophone Division. Africa Central, specifically Cameroon, also notes the specific difficulties in achieving standardization in highly multilingual environments. The Africa South Division and the Portuguese-speaking division report on the challenge to engage their fellow members. Naturally enough, the economic situation has affected many division members whose funding for toponymic activities has been reduced, and that was mentioned specifically in the reports of the USA-Canada Division, the USA, and Norway within the Northern Division. Brunei, within the Asia Southeast Division, also notes that low public awareness can hamper standardisation activities. So to bring all this together, it's clear that a very great deal of positive progress has been made in national standardisation and collaborative regional projects, and much of that can be attributed to divisional communication and encouragement. The exchange of information is naturally crucial, and division members should be encouraged to share their toponymic data and to publicise its availability. Consideration could continue to be given as to how activity can be further encouraged and support offered to those less active divisions and to those members within the active divisions that don't participate so much. The level of activity by many divisions is certainly very high, and many of the reports indicate the usefulness of the divisional structure for countries with similar standardisation issues to discuss best practice, specific challenges within their region, and to exchange documentation in languages suitable to the division members. So as I say, this summary comprises really just a few points from those 18 division reports. It doesn't give credit to all the work that's gone into them, and I must commend very highly the many hands within the divisions that have supported the production of these reports, not least the division chairs in each case that have spent many hours contributing to their final reports. So many thanks for allowing me to present that very distilled summary of the division reports, and I'll hand back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine, for your extensive and very clearly presented report. Thank you. Unfortunately, it's time for lunch now, so we have to adjourn the discussion on your report and also on the individual division reports. We will reconvene in the afternoon in this conference room at 2 o'clock, and then we will conclude agenda item 4 with questions and answers, and then take up agenda items 5 to 7, covering the reports of the liaison officers and international organizations, activities of the task team for Africa, and the implementation of resolutions and activities relating to the working group on evaluation and implementation, respectively. I now give the floor to Ms. Blake for announcements.
Okay, thank you very much, Farhan. We have a number of side events that are happening during lunch. As you will know, they're all happening during lunch. We decided to do that you can have your evening off to see Bangkok. That's a joke. Okay, our side event meeting rooms are downstairs below this floor. So you take the escalators down, and when you go down, standing from here, the rooms are to your left. And so the meeting rooms are meeting C, D, E, and F. And the event schedule, it's on the website, but I'll remind you, the Dutch and the German-speaking division will be meeting in rooms E, and that meeting is by invitation only. The task team for Africa has an open meeting, and that will be held in meeting room F. And the Asia Southeast Division, they're meeting in the combined room of C and D. And therefore, that meeting is by invitation only. So, and of course, there's a cafeteria also downstairs, so you can grab your lunches, whichever way you wish to do. But the meeting rooms and the meetings start at 12:15. So have a wonderful lunch and side event meetings.
The meeting is adjourned.
됐어.
The second meeting of the United Nations Group of Experts on Geographical Names is called to order. Before proceeding to items 5 to 7 for this afternoon, the group of experts will first conclude its consideration of item 4. And under this item, besides the overview of division reports presented this morning, there are a number of documents for information listed in the organization of work. And I will name them. There's working paper 1, Rapport de la Division francophone, working paper 16, report of the Baltic Division, working paper 23, revision 1, Africa South Division report, working paper 24, report of the Eastern Europe, Northern and Central Asia Division, working paper 31, Arabic Division of Experts on Geographical Names, working paper 32, report of the Asia Southeast Division, working paper 34, Division de l'Afrique centrale, working paper 35, report of the East Central and Southeast Europe Division, working paper 36, report of the Dutch and German-speaking division, working paper 41, report of the United Kingdom Division, working paper 42, report of the China Division, working paper 47, Africa East Division report, working paper 49, report of the Romano-Hellenic Division, working paper 52, Informe de la Division de América Latina, working paper 68, report of the Portuguese-speaking division, working paper 69, report of the USA-Canada division, working paper 77, report of the Northern Division, and working paper 83, report of the Asia Southwest Division. But before we go into them, I would like to put a question to Ms. Cheetham. She gave a very positive report of all the division reports, as it should be, but I am asking her, she might have noticed some omissions or gaps in these reports. So I would like to ask her whether she missed anything. And my second question would be whether she noticed any trends. So I give the floor to Ms. Cheetham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Did I miss anything? Yes. Very, very many things, which some of the kind delegates have been quite keen to point out to me. I certainly impress upon you, as I mentioned in my short presentation, that in summarising some 150 pages of information, of course, I can't capture all of the detail, and I will have omitted many things that I should have drawn your attention to. And for that reason, I will say again, I do very much encourage you to read the reports of the divisions on the website. It's only in the reports themselves and clicking through the links that I've distilled into the annex of the overview paper that you will really see the substance of these papers. So I don't even want to try and list the things that I've omitted. There will be too many. So apologies for those omissions that I have made. But the situation of our session being that it is only 5 days long is that we can't realistically go through the detail of them. The other question about trends, yes, there are evident trends. I mentioned that the increasing interest that all of the divisions appear to have in the topics of cultural heritage and of the collection and storage of minority names and minority languages are very interestingly increasing trends. And certainly databases and gazetteers, the collection, storage and maintenance of such databases is absolutely an overriding theme, demonstrating it to be a really significant core of our work. So those are the thematic trends. But then, as I say, on the sort of administrative side, the other trend that I would like to underline is that there is such a great sense of collaboration across the divisional reports that as I mentioned, even where there are not specific projects being undertaken across the divisions, the general sentiment is one of support and collaboration across the division. And as you saw with the list of really quite significant divisional projects that are being undertaken, there is a lot of work that's being achieved at the divisional level. So those are my high points, I guess, but I'm sure you will not hesitate to draw my attention to the many omissions, for which I apologise.
Sorry, my question was not meant as a rude question. It is because of my lack of English. My intention was to ask you, did you find anything missing?
Not in my summary report, you mean, but in the divisional reports? No, it's not for me to comment on that, goodness. The reports, I quite like the fact that there is no template and it's entirely at the division chair's discretion as to decide what they think best reflects the work of their division. So I like that there are some papers that are a couple of pages and some papers that are many, many pages. I like the free-flowing organic nature of the reports. So it's certainly not for me to comment on things that I think the division report should include.
Well, it might be used as a guideline for future division reports. Okay, but thanks, Catherine. And I open the floor for discussion on the summary paper. I give the floor to the Africa South Division.
Let me take this opportunity to thank you in your eminence. I think I want to take cue from the last point that has been discussed now here in terms of disparities as it relates to reporting due to the lack of any format that can be followed. And with that in mind, I want to implore on the Secretariat that they work on some form of format that divisions can use for further reporting, so that can then be presented to plenary here at some stage before the logical conclusion of proceedings of this August gathering. I thank you.
Yes, I think that's a valid suggestion, and we will try to work out a format for that. Thank you. The floor to the Asia East Division, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to congratulate the distinguished expert from the United Kingdom Division on this successful and nice summary of divisional reports. My comment may be related to the question raised by the Africa South Division. Among the reports, I'd like to emphasize the excellent priority of the Dutch and German-speaking division report, which extends the activities in terms of implementing resolutions. If we take into account the fact that the UNGEGN works are based on resolutions, this report is a kind of good model to summarize the accomplishments of each division or each country. Thank you.
Thank you for the suggestion, Sung-Ye. If there are no more questions, Ms. Blake helps me to say to you, are there any other suggestions for a format for these division reports? The Arabic division, please.
سيدي الرئيس، بداية أود أن أشكر بصفتي رئيس الشعبة العربية مجموعة خبراء الأسماء الجغرافية وجميع المشاركين والقائمين على هذا الاجتماع. كما أنتهز هذه الفرصة لأشكر مملكة تايلاند على حسن الضيافة والترتيب لهذا الاجتماع، والذي نأمل أن يخرج بنتائج وتوصيات تخدم الأسماء الجغرافية على المستوى العالمي. وفي هذا المجال أود أن أركز على بعض الإنجازات التي لم يتم التطرق إليها خلال العرض الشيق التي قدمته قبل استراحة الغداء، وأنا أشكرها جزيل الشكر. لكن هناك بعض الإنجازات لابد من ذكرها لبعض الدول العربية من خلال الشعب العربي الأسماء الجغرافية التي وصلتنا منها تقاريرهم. الأردن تم بناء مقر دائم للشعب العربي الأسماء الجغرافية مجهز حسب الأصول، كما تم إنشاء موقع إلكتروني باللغتين العربية والإنجليزية حيث يضم العديد من المعلومات والأبحاث الخاصة بالأسماء الجغرافية للمنطقة العربية. كما قامت رئاسة الشعب العربية بالأخذ بتوصيات المؤتمر العربي السابع للخبراء العرب الذي انعقد في عمان عام 2014 بإصدار مجلة مختصة تحت عنوان الأسماء الجغرافية، حيث صدر لغاية الآن 3 أعداد. وهنا أود أن أدعو جميع الخبراء على المستوى العربي والعالمي لرفض هذه المجلة بالمقالات والأبحاث المتخصصة. أما أهم إنجازات الشعبة بشكل عام هو الاستمرار في عقد الدورات المتخصصة في موضوع الأسماء الجغرافية على المستوى المحلي والعربي، حيث يتم عقدها مجانا من أجل نشر الوعي في هذا المجال في عمان الأردن. كما قامت رئاسة الشعبة العربية بإصدار نشرات ومطويات توعوية لبيان أهمية الأسماء الجغرافية، إضافة إلى إصدار كتيب يبين نتائج وتوصيات المؤتمرات العربية السابقة، وكذلك التوصيات والقرارات الصادرة عن مؤتمرات واجتماعات الخبراء الأسماء الجغرافية للأمم المتحدة، وذلك لتوثيقها والرجوع إليها عند الحاجة. أما على مستوى إنجازات الدول العربية من خلال الشعب العربي الأسماء الجغرافية والتي وصلنا تقارير منها، فقد قامت المملكة العربية السعودية ومن خلال الأمر السامي بإنشاء اللجنة الوطنية للأسماء الجغرافية، ومقرها الرياض دارة الملك عبد العزيز. والهدف من هذه اللجنة توحيد الجهود ذات الصلة بالأسماء الجغرافية، وتضم ممثلين ل15 جهة حكومية. وهناك العديد من النشاطات الذي يقومون بها في المملكة العربية السعودية، لا يسعني أن أسرد جميع هذه النقاط. أما بالنسبة لسلطنة عمان فقد تم عمل إنجاز، وهو تعريب جميع أنواع الخرائط والمحافظة على هوية الاسم الجغرافي وتوحيده، والمشاركة في معظم المؤتمرات واللجان الدولية الخاصة بالأسماء الجغرافية. أما دولة الجزائر فقد تم مؤخرا عقد الملتقى الدولي أسماء الأعلام في العالم العربي وبلدان الساحل، سياسة التنميط، أعماق ثقافية في قسنطينة، وكان لي الشرف حضور هذا الاجتماع الهام في قسنطينة، وكان الأخ إبراهيم العطوي هو من الذين نظموا هذا اللقاء الهام. وفي دولة قطر فقد تم عمل مشروع لجمع وتوثيق الأسماء الجغرافية من خلال المسح المباشر لكافة أرجاء الدولة، إضافة إلى تجهيز أرشيف قطر الوطني الإلكتروني للأسماء الجغرافية، كما وتم إنشاء قاعدة بيانات الأسماء الجغرافية من خلال بوابة نظم المعلومات الجغرافية. وقامت دولة فلسطين والتي تشاركنا اليوم ولأول مرة بوفد رسمي مكون من 4 أشخاص برئاسة سعادة الدكتور أحمد الجبارين، وهو رئيس اللجنة الوطنية للأسماء الجغرافية التي تم تشكيلها حديثا. فقد تم حوسبة معظم أسماء المواقع في الضفة الغربية وقطاع غزة، وكذلك التنسيق مع جميع الهيئات المحلية الفلسطينية ذات العلاقة في هذا المجال. أما بالنسبة لجمهورية التونسية فقد كانت أبرز الإنجازات تنظيم ورش عمل حول الأسماء الجغرافية لأعضاء اللجنة الوطنية والذي انعقد عام 2015، إضافة إلى المشاركة في معظم مؤتمرات واجتماعات مجموعة الخبراء العالمية. كما قامت جمهورية مصر العربية بجهود في هذا المجال، حيث تم البدء بجمع وتوثيق وتوحيد أسماء الأماكن من خلال قاعدة بيانات جغرافية، والذي سيخدم تعداد السكان والمنشآت المزمع تنفيذه عام 2016. وهنا أود أن أنوه أن الأردن كان من السباقين في تنفيذ التعداد السكاني عام 2015 على مستوى المملكة إلكترونيا، آخذا بالاعتبار في الجيوسبيشال نظم المعلومات الجغرافية. أما بالنسبة لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة فقد باشرت في تنفيذ التطبيقات الذكية والاستخدام المكثف للتقنيات الحديثة للتقليل من بعض المشكلات البيئية، وبالتالي لمواجهة المجتمعات النامية في الأخذ بالاعتبار في تطبيق هذه التطبيقات التكنولوجية الحديثة. التطلعات المستقبلية للشعبة، نأمل وتم إقرار عقد المؤتمر الثامن لخبراء الأسماء الجغرافية لعام 2017 في عمان. 2. إدخال موضوع الأسماء الجغرافية في المناهج المدرسية. 3. الاستمرار في المشاركة في جميع المؤتمرات والاجتماعات الخاصة في الأسماء الجغرافية سواء على المستوى المحلي أو المستوى العالمي، إضافة إلى زيادة تفعيل لجان الشعبة العربية من خلال عقد اجتماعات فرعية. وشكرا.
I thank the distinguished delegate from the Arab Division for highlighting the many performances and activities of the Arab Division, part of which was already mentioned in the summary. I know, are there other questions on the summary report? Then I now would like to turn to the individual division reports that were handed out for information. Are there any questions regarding these individual reports? If I may start the discussion, I have a question for the China division. In the China division, I should first mention that I very much like the contest which is being mentioned in the division report, the contest for the best and most beautiful geographical name. That's a very good initiative, and I hope this will, when the contest is finished and you have found the most beautiful name, that it will be reported in the bulletin of UNGEGN. But my question is, you have in your report a mention of Belt and Road, the Belt and Road nations, Belt and Road names, and what is meant by this concept, Belt and Road? I give the floor to the China division.
OK， 谢谢主席先生。这个“一带一路”啊，是在2013年9月、10月，我们中国国家主席习近平在出访中亚和东南亚期间，先后提出了共建丝绸之路经济带和21世纪海上丝绸之路，这个重大倡议，这个简称为“一路一带”。这个倡议提出以后，得到国际社会的广泛关注。丝绸之路起源于古代的中国，连接亚洲、非洲和欧洲，古代的是连接亚洲、欧洲、非洲的古代的商业路线。我们中国提出这个“一带一路”啊的目的，旨在这个促进沿岸各国、沿线各国经济社会的发展和合作，加强不同文明之间的交流和互鉴。这个“一带一路”是互信互尊的一条路，是合作共赢之路，是文明互鉴之路，也是一项造福世界各国人民的一项伟大的事业。谢谢。
Thank you very much for this explanation. Are there other persons I can give the floor to for questions regarding the division reports? If there are none, we should proceed to the next item. And the next item is the report of the item number 5, the report. Oh, sorry, I should first thank again Mrs. Cheetham for her help in preparing the summary. In item number 5, report of the liaison officers and international organizations. UNGEGN is not the only body working in the field of name standardization. There are other organizations as well we work with, organizations that do research for us, organizations that give us names, organizations that use our names. And we are happy that there are some representatives of these organizations here today amongst us. There are the International Hydrographic Organization, the International Council of Onomastic Sciences, ICANN, and there are also representatives of the International Cartographic Association and the International Geographical Union. And I would first it says here in the text that I should read, I now invite a group of experts to begin consideration of agenda item 5, reports of the liaison officers and international organization. And we will now take up presentation of document working paper 19/5 entitled Report of the International Hydrographic Organization, and I give the floor to the liaison officer for this organization to address the group of experts on this document. I give you the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have the honor of presenting this report prepared by and on behalf of the International Hydrographic Organization. The report provides status updates on 2 activities related to the names of geographical features that are undertaken by the IHO. First, pertaining to undersea features. With the IOC, or Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, the IHO operates the Subcommittee on Undersea Feature Names, or known as SCUFN. SCUFN belongs to the program General Bathymetric Chart of the Oceans, or GEBCO. And the role of SCUFN is to select and standardize the names of undersea features that are used on GEBCO products. SCUFN is also responsible for producing an IHO combination joint IOC publication, B6, which establishes its standardization policies and terminology as well. And then additionally, SCUFN produces a GEBCO gazetteer of undersea feature names. SCUFN has met twice since the 28th session of UNGEGN. The 2014 meeting was held in Monaco, and the 2015 meeting was held in Brazil. Later this year, SCUFN will meet for this in Boulder, Colorado, in the U.S. More information on the meetings details are found in the IHO report. Of note, the subcommittee is considering the possible development of a product specification for undersea feature names that is based on the IHO standard 100, S100, which is for geospatial data transfer. Second of all, I'd like to note several trends in the activities of SCUFN. There is greater national standardization boards that are participating, and at least either with members or observers at the meetings of SCUFN. I think it reflects a general upward trend in activities related to undersea feature name standardization around the world. And the second, there have been several procedural changes made to the operations of SCUFN to help improve not only the conduct of the meetings, but also to provide a more thorough and timely review of the candidate feature names. And the last category are some collaborative online reviewing tools developed by the Republic of Korea used during the evaluation of names proposals. The second activity with which the IHO is involved is in names of oceans and seas with its IHO publication S23. Edition 3 from 1953 remains in force. There have been several attempts to publish a new edition, but they have all been unsuccessful. No progress has been made since the last session of UNGEGN, but at the 2014 Extraordinary International Hydrographic Conference, there was an agreement to hold further discussions at its next ordinary conference, which will be in 2017. This discussion will only happen, though, if there is a proposal made by an IHO member state. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is my summary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Palmer. Before we are going to discuss this paper, we will first listen to the other liaison officers on their presentations, and afterwards we will have the discussion. So I would like to continue with working paper 80/5, a report of the liaison officer of the International Council of Onomastical Sciences. I give you the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The International Council of Onomastic Sciences is the international organization for all scholars who have a special interest in the study of names. That is, place names, personal names, and proper names of all other kinds. And the aim of ICOS is the advancement, representation, and coordination of name research on an international level and in an interdisciplinary context. And everyone who is actively engaged in scholarly name research may become a member of ICOS. And the official languages of ICOS are English, French, and German. And the annual membership subscription is 20 euros and 10 euros for students, which implies reduced fee at the ICOS congresses. And should there be anyone who wish to join ICOS or who are already a member and want to pay their annual fee, it is possible to pay cash directly to me during this week. 20 euros or 800 baht in Thai money. I just want to mention that, so you don't have to send money over the banks. It will cost you a lot more. The ICOS congresses, which normally are held every 3 years, are organized on behalf of one of the members. And the General Assembly of ICOS, including the election of officers, is usually held in conjunction with the congresses. And Mr. Milan Harvalik from the Czech Republic was elected president in 2014. Members of ICOS receive the journal Onoma, the official publication of the association. And it contains topical research reports as well as basic theoretical articles concerning all areas of scholarly name research, including name standardization. And among recent volumes, I can mention Onoma 44 on African onomastics and Onoma 47 on names and law. And upcoming volumes in different stages of progress, I can just mention a few. Names and Religion, edited by Per Wikstrand from Sweden, and also Asian Onomastics, edited by Sung-Jai Chu, together with 2 co-editors. And you will find more volumes in the working paper. The ICOS board issues newsletters regularly, and I think there is one coming out next week with information of interest to the members. And links to the newsletters are available on the homepage of ICOS. The 25th International Congress of Onomastic Sciences was held at the University of Glasgow on August 2014. And the theme of this Congress was Names and Their Environment, which is quite broad and can attract almost anyone. The proceedings are expected to be completed this year and published in electronic format only. And the 26th International Congress of Onomastic Sciences will be held at the University of Debrecen in Hungary from August 27 to September the 1st in 2017. And the topic of that Congress is locality and globality in the world of names. And a Congress website will be launched on July the 1st this year. ICOS has two working groups. It has established a working group on onomastic terminology, and this group has been cooperating with the UNGEGN working group on toponymic terminology on several issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Again, we will have questions afterwards, and I would like to call on Mr. Jones for the presentation of working paper 84, ICANN report to the 29th UNGEGN session. I give you the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a privilege to present the report from ICANN, the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. ICANN is a global multi-stakeholder organization that works to coordinate the Internet's unique identifier systems. ICANN relies on the work of UNGEGN, specifically the Technical Reference Manual, in its processes for determining what is a meaningful representation of a country and territory name. And since 2009, ICANN has reached out to UNGEGN technical experts in determining what is a meaningful representation as part of the internationalized domain names country code fast track process. The ICANN report that has been submitted for the record covers three main areas. The latest developments on the treatment of internationalized domain names within ICANN, the current status of the generic top-level domain program that includes quite a number of geographic, regional, and city names as top-level identifiers in the Internet domain name system, as well as updates on the work of the cross-community working group on country and territory names that is active within ICANN. Just to highlight some statistics, as of March 2016, a total of 49 strings from representing 39 countries and territories have successfully been evaluated and been delegated through the internationalized domain names, the country code fast track process. The most recent evaluations have included the representation of the European Union, EU, in Cyrillic, Macau, Greece, and Bulgaria in Cyrillic. And I just wanted to highlight as well, I will touch on more of these aspects in my special presentation later this week on Thursday, but I would welcome any questions and specifically participation from the experts at UNGEGN in ICANN's work. Our next international public meeting will be in Helsinki, Finland at the end of June 2016. And either yourselves or your member states are more than welcome to participate in ICANN's work. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your report, Mr. Jones, and for the invitation. And again, before we go into discussions, I would like to call on the Vice Chair of the IGU-ICA Commission on Toponymy, Mr. Jordan, to give us an oral report on the activities of this commission for the last 2 years. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity. After having been evaluated, the Commission was, by the ICA General Assembly, held during the 27th International Cartographic Conference in Rio de Janeiro in August last year, elevated from a working group to the rank of a commission, also on the ICA side. It has already been a commission on the ITU side. We have two chairs. One is Cosimo Palaciano from Italy, from the IGU side. He's the IGU's chair of the commission. Paulo de Menezes is from Brazil, is the ICA chair of the commission. Both of them are present here in the room. I was appointed common IGU-ICA vice chair in Rio. We have 8 full members or steering board members, and among them 3 are also present here, in addition to the chairs which I have mentioned already, Sung-Jae Cho, Ferian Omelink, the vice chair of UNGEGN, and Kohei Watanabe. Let me report a little bit on activities since the last UNGEGN session in 2014. First, in the framework of the IGU Regional Conference in Krakow in Poland in August 2014, a session on geographical approaches to toponymy with 5 panels and a total of 19 papers was organized. Then we had a symposium on place name changes in Rome in November 2014. It had jointly been organized with the Accademia Nazionale dei Lincei, the Italian Academy of Sciences, and took place in the headquarters of this academy in the Villa Farnesina in Rome. It saw 53 registered participants and 40 paper presentations. Proceedings of this symposium have been published early in this year, in 2016, edited by Paul Woodman and myself, and they have been published as a volume 5 of Name and Place, of this book series which was mentioned earlier by Catherine Gitian. This book has almost 500 pages. Then in the framework of the IGU Regional Conference in Moscow in August 2015, a session without a specific thematic focus with 10 papers took place. And then as a pre-conference event of ICC, of the International Cartographic Conference in Rio de Janeiro, a symposium on atlases, toponymy, and the history of cartography was organized in August before the ICC conference. It was jointly organized with the ICA Commission on Atlases and the ICA Commission on the History of Cartography, as well as the Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics, which hosted the event with Ana Resende. She's also present here as a main organizer. The symposium had a majority of Brazilian participants, and Brazilian topics were predominantly featured. Proceedings of this meeting are under elaboration. Then, in the framework of the 27th International Cartographic Conference in Rio de Janeiro in August 2015, 7 papers in our sessions on toponymy were presented. Then, in the framework of IGU Budapest from the 30th of August to the 2nd of September 2015, a session with a focus on the role of place names in geographical education, with 2 panels and 12 papers took place. Then the symposium Place Names, Diversity and Heritage took place in Clarence in the Free State, South Africa, from the 17th to the 18th September 2015, and it was jointly organized with the Unit of Language Facilitation and Empowerment of the University of the Free State. Theodorus du Plessis, Peter Raper, he is also here, and Chris Melinda Loth, all from South Africa, were the main local organizers. The symposium had 26 participants from 7 countries and saw 19 papers presented. Proceedings will be published as a special issue of Nomina Africana, the peer-reviewed South Africa Names journal, edited by Lucy Möller and Peter Raper. So these were the sessions and symposia, but we have also a long-term flagship project. It is establishing a geographical names consortium of several universities, where according to a common curriculum approved by the Commission and with lecturers, among others from our Commission, courses in toponymy are offered. This has been initiated also with the consent and kind support of the UNGEGN Vice Chair and Convener of the UNGEGN Working Group on Training Courses in Toponymy, Ferdinand Ormeling, and will complement UNGEGN training courses. We are still looking for additional universities and other institutions of higher learning who would like to participate. And we are also looking for additional lecturers in the various fields of toponymastics. I would like to stress in this report also the cooperation with UNGEGN. This cooperation is a main target of our Commission, and leading members of our Commission are UNGEGN experts. So this cooperation is well established already and enforced by personal union, so to say. I have to add that we conceive ourselves as a cartographic or geographical research branch of UNGEGN. This year we'll see an during the IGU Congress in Beijing in August 2016. A commission session which has been organized under the title Place Names as Social Constructs, and this session will have 26 papers which will be presented during 6 panels. Also here in Bangkok, we invite you to a more comprehensive first presentation of our commission on Thursday, lunchtime, starting at 13 in time and lasting 3/4 of an hour. You are all invited. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan, for mentioning this impressive avalanche of activities. I would now like to invite questions on the first of the reports, the report by the International Hydrographic Organization. Is there anyone who wants to put a question to Mr. Trent? Palmer. The Arabic division, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to ask about the International Hydrographic Organization. Is it the one concerned with the names in the oceans? I was wondering in 2002, the number of oceans, instead of being 4, was you added 1. That is the Southern Ocean, right? So now we have now 5 oceans. For the ones we know, and the southern one enclosed, encompassed by the latitude 60. And my question, I know this is for a fact, but my question, is there a discrepancy between the International Hydrographic Organization and the UNGEGN, or are they coordinating? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before handing over this question to Mr. Palmer, I think the major concern of the IHO is maritime safety. And as a part of that, it should be clear where accidents, for instance, happen in the sea. So the sea names should be standardized. And I think IHO is in charge of that. But I give the floor to Mr. Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. The name Southern Ocean did appear in the draft of S23, but the draft has never been approved. So you can take that for you will. Stepping away from the IHO, speaking for the U.S. Board on Geographic Names, we did approve that name for our usage, but it's just because in certain contexts, it is a name that's used in the scientific community especially. But I think, it really depends on the context that you're dealing with and how you want to say how many oceans there are.
Thank you. Are there other questions on the report by IHO? I give the floor to the UNGEGN chair.
In this situation, I'm wearing the hat of the Pacific Southwest Division interim chair. There's obviously considerable interest in S23 throughout the Pacific area. Could you just confirm for me, please, Mr. Palmer, that there is still a consideration of that document being revised sometime in the future? And if so, how could other countries become more cognizant of that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. As far as I'm aware and as was prepared in the report, yes, it's an open situation. IHO would obviously like to get a new edition published. So IHO member states are certainly welcome. They would be invited to the next conference next year, and the IHO would be willing to discuss this publication if there are proposals made by an IHO member state.
Thank you. Are there other questions on the IHO, the Asia East Division, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify my understanding, the current work program of IHO for 2012 to 2017, it was established taking into account the resources and the priorities of IHO activities. And Amendment 23 is not included in the current work program. Yes. And Japan is totally so convinced that this group of experts should not discuss the amendment itself of S23. And it is, of course, IHO itself which should have such discussions. Thank you.
Do you want to comment?
I would just say I agree with what you said. As presented in the report, the IHO, for various reasons, did not have the ability to deal with trying to get a new edition in the work program that extends to 2017. And that's why then the conference in 2017 is sort of the next opportunity to bring the matter up for discussion.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, we turn to the report of the International Council of Onomastic Sciences. I have a question on that one. You mentioned the money involved to become a member. What should I pay and how should I order one of those enticing publications, one of those numbers of Onoma? I give the floor to Stefan Helmfried.
Concerning Onoma, you should turn directly to the publisher, which is Peters in Belgium. And you can, I think you can order it from their website.
Also individual issues?
Also individual issues, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Stefan.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? Mr. Atoui from the Arab Division.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais poser une question à Stéphane concernant une question qu'on a déjà soulevée lors de nos précédentes sessions sur les frais de participation, non pas les frais de participation qui sont de 20 €, mais les frais d'inscription aux différentes sessions organisées par son organisation. Nous avons demandé, fait une requête pour qu'un prix préférentiel soit accordé aux pays africains. Et je parle ici en tant que président du Task Team for Africa, chargé notamment de la promotion des langues géographiques en Afrique. Qu'en est-il de notre requête pour voir éventuellement un prix préférentiel pour les pays africains? Je vous remercie.
I give the floor to the Northern Division.
Thank you for that question. It's quite difficult to answer because the fee of the ICOS congresses are not decided by ICOS or by the ICOS board, but by the individual organizer. That is, this coming up congress is the University of Debrecen in Hungary. And they have decided what fee there will be, and well, almost anything practical around the conferences. They just do it in the name of ICOS, but everything is decided by them. So perhaps we can just talk to them and try to explain the situation, but we cannot really influence the sum of money you have to pay. Sorry. That is my answer.
Thank you. Other questions for ICOS? Asia East Division, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank the distinguished expert from the Northern Division for reporting on the ICOS activities and also for mentioning Asian onomastics as one of its upcoming spatial issues. The first call for papers was announced a few weeks ago, and there is still time up to the deadline of the abstracts. I have several copies of this first call for papers in English and in French. So any expert interested is advised to pick up one. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Song-Ye. Are there other questions? If not, I would... Yes, there are. The Africa South Division, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to know whether, are there any restrictions?
Join.
Thank you. Then I think we move to the report of the next liaison officer, to ICANN, to Mr. Jones. Are there any questions for the ICANN report? Yes, I think the Asia East Division, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I appreciate the participation of ICANN and UNGEGN. I was interested about the evaluation or approval. How do you do that for the top-level domain applications? I was wondering, I suppose very minor local names won't be approved for TLDs.
I give the floor to Mr. Jones. I can observe.
Thank you very much for the question. There are two processes currently underway for the evaluation of new top-level domains. The first process is limited to country and territory names that are in international characters and scripts. And that process involves only countries and territories can request a top-level domain that is a meaningful representation of their country and territory name. And the other process was initiated in 2012, and that application round had a limited time period. So ICANN is currently working through the over 1,200 applications that were received in that round. It's our projection that there will probably need to be an evaluation of everything that occurred in the current round before a new round can be opened if there are entities and organizations or regions that are interested in applying for a top-level domain that represents a geographic name or another name. And that is probably many years away. I can't give a definite time period, but I would certainly think that it would be not before 2018. So at this time, ICANN is currently evaluating the applications that were received, and at some point in the future, there may be another round open once an evaluation of the policies and effectiveness of the current round are completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Other questions from Asia East?
No,
yes.
Additional. So I was wondering how the current evaluation, under what criteria are you evaluating the applications?
Please.
So the applicant guidebook that governs the process for the application for the new top-level domains took several years to complete. The guidebook itself is several hundred pages of material, and there are other evaluation panels. One of those evaluation steps involves a geographic names panel. So maybe separately I can provide you with some additional information about how the process operated, but there are multiple steps, and we publish all of those on our ICANN website. Thank you.
Thank you both. Other questions for ICANN? If not, I turn to ICA, the International Cartographic Association / IGU, International Geographical Union. Are there any question on? Yes, I give the floor to Peter Reper. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just on a point of clarification, I understood Professor Jordan to say that in addition to Professor Palajano, Professor de Menezes, and Professor Jordan, there are 3 other members of the steering board, or the full 10 members. Are there not 4 present at the UNGEGN session at the moment? I'd like the clarification, please, from Professor Jordan, because...
I give the floor to Professor Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Raper, for this question. Excuse me for having forgotten you. You are, of course, also present, and you are also a full member and the steering board member of our commission. Excuse me, please.
Thank you both for this clarification.
Thank you very much. Sorry.
Other questions for the ICA-IGU activities on the field of toponymy? I think not.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yes?
I don't know if it's out of order or not, but while we were speaking about various meetings that are proposed where names are going to be dealt with, would it be in order if I mention that we are going to have a Congress of the Southern African Name Society, which will be held in Bloemfontein from the 18th to the 20th of September this year? And if there are any people interested, I would be happy to post the call for papers in the UNGEGN bulletin if that would be acceptable. But I leave that to you people to decide. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for this information. Please send this information to the Secretariat and it will be posted on the website. So, I see no further, well, I do. I give the floor to, what division is that?
It's
okay, please go ahead.
Dutch and German speaking division.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's just an information as being the convener of the working group on toponymic data files and gazetteers that the liaison with the international standardization bodies ISO, International Standardization Organization, and OGC, Open Geospatial Consortium, and the Unicode Consortium are reflected in working paper 37 and will be touched on under agenda item 9. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sakedu. I see no further request for the floor, and I think we should now stop this item. The group of experts has thus concluded this stage of its consideration of item 5. Distinguished delegates, I now invite the group of experts to take up item 6, activities of the task team for Africa, and I would like to invite the coordinator of this team, Mr. Brahim Atoui, to preside over this aspect of our proceedings. Please.
Bonjour. Je voudrais maintenant inviter le groupe des experts à commencer sa considération du document Worker Paper numéro 4.6 portant rapport du Task Team for Africa, qui sera représenté par moi-même. Conformément au mandat du Task Team for Africa, notamment celui relatif à l'encouragement et à la promotion de la toponymie et à la normalisation des noms géographiques en Afrique, plusieurs actions depuis la dernière session du GENIUNG sont enregistrées à son actif et d'autres sont également programmées pour les années à venir. Parmi ces actions, nous pouvons citer organisation d'un colloque international sur la toponymie nord-africaine et des pays du Sahel qui sont tenus le 1-2 février 2016 à Constantine. Cette rencontre organisée par le Task Team for Africa à l'occasion de Constantine, capitale de la culture arabe, avec le partenariat de l'unité de recherche sur le système de dénomination en Algérie que j'ai l'honneur de présider, et en collaboration avec le Centre national de recherche préhistorique, anthropologique et historique, a regroupé pour la première fois en Afrique des experts en toponymie, ici des pays arabes et africains. Okay. Les pays africains participants sont le Mali, le Burkina Faso, le Tchad, le Niger et le Sénégal. Les pays arabes présents, c'est l'Arabie Saoudite, Égypte, Jordanie, Émirats arabes unis. Autres pays, on a eu l'Australie, la Corée et la Pologne. Plus de 100 participants ont assisté à ce colloque. Et nous avons enregistré également plus de 45 communications. Alors, parmi les objectifs de ce colloque, nous pouvons citer, premièrement, sur un plan scientifique, par le fait d'apporter un éclairage inédit sur un corpus de noms propres, des lieux et de personnes, sous l'angle de ses ancrages historiques et linguistiques, ainsi que des ressorts anthropologiques à travers ses usages et ses significations, ses rituels et ses écritures. Deuxièmement, et ce qui nous intéresse le plus en tant que groupe des experts des Nations Unies, sur un plan institutionnel, en tentant de jeter les premiers éléments d'une expertise régionale et transnationale en matière d'élaboration d'une politique de normalisation des noms de lieux dans le monde arabe et dans le monde des pays du Sahel, partageant de très grands espaces avec les pays d'Afrique du Nord. Il est à signaler que cette rencontre fait suite respectivement aux 2 stages de formation tenus à Oran en Algérie en 2014 et au stage tenu en Tunisie en 2015, janvier 2015, au profit de la commission de toponymie de Tunisie. Ces 2 rencontres ont été organisées avec la collaboration du groupe des experts sur la formation du UNGEGN et animées par M. Fayen Ormeling, Mme Hilaire Kenfoud, Giorgio Zakoudi, Mme Naïma Freha et moi-même Brahim Atoui. Pour les actions qui sont programmées, notamment cette année, un autre colloque sur la toponymie africaine et aussi arabe, consacré cette fois-ci uniquement à la normalisation des noms géographiques, est programmé en novembre prochain à l'université de Blida à Alger. Ce colloque pourrait être précédé d'un cours de formation sur la toponymie au profit des membres des pays qui vont participer avec nous. Également, tous les frais de participation, à l'exception du billet d'avion, pourraient être pris en charge par les organisateurs. Pour cela, l'appui du groupe du UNGEGN et notamment du groupe de travail sur la formation sera sollicité. D'autres actions seront entamées, notamment la saisie de la Commission économique pour l'Afrique pour la promotion des noms géographiques et l'inclusion de la thématique de la toponymie dans l'agenda des réunions organisées sous sa tutelle. D'autres actions sont également programmées, sont en cours de maturation et nous vous en tiendrons au courant dès qu'ils seront mieux maturés. Et je vous remercie. J'ouvre maintenant la session à vos commentaires et éventuellement à vos questions.
Thank you for your report, Mr. Atui. Just to clarify a question regarding the forthcoming proposal for a session in Africa for geographical names. Can you expand further if there's any decision as to how the invitations are going to be passed out for that, and whether you have any limits in terms of numbers or participation because of resources? And how will the African countries who are interested be able to interact with you to find more details? Thank you.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Effectivement, tout à l'heure, lorsqu'on a fait la réunion du Task Team for Africa, nous avons discuté de ce problème et on s'est mis d'accord que je vais les renvoyer tous à tous les contacts que je connais, des mails informels, et dès qu'ils me confirment leur participation, des invitations seront envoyées aux différents participants éventuels à cette manifestation. Est-ce que j'ai répondu à votre question? Afrique du Sud, vous avez la parole.
Thank you for the report, Chairperson for the Africa Task Team. Mine is just a comment on what Brahim has just presented. I would just like to say that it is very, very important for the Africa Task Team to continue this collaboration. And some 3 years back, there was the Gaborone Action Plan, which we are trying to bring to other countries. So I believe that the training and also this conference that will be held in Algeria will be of much help, and we would like very much your support from other members to encourage other African countries to attend this. Thank you.
Je vous remercie, Madame. Je voudrais préciser également que cette réunion prévue en novembre prochain sera saisie pour discuter des modalités d'application du GAP, Gaborone Action Plan. Donc on va discuter de toutes les dispositions qui ont été arrêtées par le GAP et pour comment activer, comment encourager, comment promouvoir la normalisation des noms géographiques en Afrique, parce qu'on a constaté que pratiquement la grande majorité des pays africains, ils ont un grand intérêt pour la toponymie, ils s'intéressent à la toponymie, mais par manque de moyens, par manque de facilité, n'arrivent pas à participer aux réunions du UNGEGN. Donc, pour pallier un peu cette défaillance, nous organisons des colloques régionaux pour pouvoir attirer un maximum de pays africains et faire bénéficier ces pays de l'intérêt et des bienfaits de la normalisation géographique pour leurs pays respectifs. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres questions? Monsieur le représentant de la division arabe.
Merci, Monsieur Atoui. Je reviens aussi sur la question qui a été déjà débattue lors de notre work group pour le Task Team Africa. J'invite le groupe d'experts à bien penser à cette situation en Afrique, parce que chaque fois on se retrouve avec un nombre réduit de pays africains. Et on aimerait bien est-ce que la question de trouver de fonds ou d'encouragement des décideurs soit vraiment prise au sérieux de la part de la présidence du groupe, et on va essayer ensemble prochainement de trouver une solution, parce qu'on aimerait bien que l'Afrique soit au niveau de tous les autres pays. Merci.
Je vous remercie de vos encouragements. J'espère qu'on arrivera tous ensemble à promouvoir la toponymie en Afrique. Est-ce qu'il y en a-t-il d'autres questions? Si ce n'est pas le cas, nous voilà arrivés à le terme de notre séance, dans laquelle nous avons fait un rapport sur les activités enregistrées par le Task Team en Afrique et quelques actions qui sont programmées durant l'année prochaine. Excusez-moi, je donne la parole à Madame la présidente d'honneur du UNGEGN.
Monsieur le Président, one of the important aspects for the work in Africa has been the work of the ECA in Addis Ababa, the UNECA, and I'm wondering whether the Secretariat, either now or later, could give us some update on the status of UNECA, because they are very important for the task team in Africa for following up on the GAP initiative. And it would seem after the work that took place in Botswana that this seems to have fallen off their agenda. And I think the countries in Africa are suffering as a result for the lack of activity of UNECA in following up really their, I want to say their promises, but the hope that they gave to the African countries. So I wonder if the Secretariat could help out in this sense and perhaps give us an update on either the structure at UNECA or what assistance might be anticipated by the task team to move forward. Thank you.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Je voudrais rappeler que le Task Team for Africa, avec l'appui du UNGEGN, a déjà saisi l'UNK par écrit il y a 2 ans. Nous avons également saisi la Banque africaine de développement pour aider les pays africains à participer aux réunions du UNGEGN. Donc, serait-il possible de réécrire une 2e fois à l'UNK? Donc, je laisse la parole à Madame du Secrétariat, Madame Cécile. Vous avez la parole.
At this time, I can only say I will follow up to find out, because I'm not aware of this initiative. So I'll do my research and get back to you.
Je vous remercie, Madame. La parole une 2e fois à Madame la Présidente d'honneur.
Merci. At the same time, perhaps the Secretariat could follow up on some of the other African organizations, such as RCMRD in Nairobi or RECTAS in Nigeria, to see if there's a possibility of support, whether it's moral or financial or whatever it might be, available to the task team through those groups too. Thank you.
Au Nigeria, ce sera notamment le RECTAS, qui est un centre de recherche et de formation en télédétection. Et au Kenya, ce sera le RCMDD, qui est également la même chose. C'est un centre régional pour l'Afrique centrale, je pense, de l'Est. Donc, nous avons ainsi conclu notre considération du point 6 de notre ordre du jour. Et j'invite maintenant M. Cho, président du groupe de travail sur l'évaluation et la mise en œuvre, à venir au podium pour présider nos travaux.
distinguished delegates, I now invite the group of experts to take up the agenda item number 7, implementation of resolutions and activities relating to the working group on evaluation and implementation. My name is Song-jae Chu from the Republic of Korea, Asia East Division other than China. The working group has a rapporteur, Mr. Gerhard Rampo, back there, who is sitting at the Dutch and German-speaking division. Let me begin by giving a brief history of the working group. This working group was established to address Resolution 4 of the 5th United Nations Conference on the Standardization of Geographical Names in 1987, which recommended that a working group be established to the following purposes. A, evaluate the activities of the expert group and investigate fresh approaches and new avenues to achieve its goals and objectives in the most efficient manner. B, review the resolutions adopted by the UN conferences on the standardization of geographical names and report on their implementation. And C, report on its findings to the expert group at the next session. The name then was Working Group on Evaluation. The reports of the working group were presented to a group of experts at the 14th session in 1989, 15th in 1991, and 16th session in 1992. The working group was then disbanded in favor of a new working group to consider the particularly important aspects of publicity and funding. However, the work of evaluation of UNGEGN and the conferences needs to be considered on a continual basis, so the working group was re-established during the 20th session of UNGEGN in the year 2000 with an extended and currently used name, Working Group on Evaluation and Implementation. Before beginning the presentations and discussions, let me ensure how resolutions influence our activities. You are here in Bangkok as the implementation of Resolution 10/2, which recommended that the 28th session of UNGEGN be held on the Asian continent. Despite 2-year delay, the resolution is now being implemented by strenuous efforts of many parties. Coming to the current session, we have 5 working papers for presentation and 2 documents for information as listed on the organization of work. If I am allowed, I'd like to take the order of presentation as the following. First, working paper 63/7, report of the working group. Second, working group 20/7 on UNGEGN and UN-CSGN documents. Third, working paper 60/7 on the evaluation of the 28th session. Fourth, working paper 14/7, which suggests a creation of a new division for North America and the Sahel countries. And fifth, working paper 73/7 on the South African Geographical Names Board. The first 3 papers are about the working group and the group of experts, while the 4th and 5th papers are concerned with implementing resolutions for a group of countries and a specific country, respectively. In the connection to these working papers, I'd like to draw your attention to documents for information, GEGN 29/8, which contains the resolutions adopted at previous 10 United Nations conferences on the standardization of geographical names, and document GEGN/29/9, which contains exclusively the resolutions adopted at the 10th conference in the year 2012. We now turn to the first working paper, number 63/7, report of the working group on evaluation and implementation. As the convener of the working group, I have the privilege to present the report. This reports activities of the working group since the 28th session in New York, 2014. All these activities are based on the 4 items of the current work plan of the working group. Namely, first, evaluation of the functioning and efficacy of the UNGEGN and the conferences and the implementation of resolutions. Second, identification of ways to involve member states not currently participating in the UNGEGN. Third, examination of the needs of developing countries to achieve national standardization of their geographical names. And fourth, proposals for actions to increase the effectiveness of the conferences, the UNGEGN, and its divisions and working groups. This work plan is basically guided by the UNCSGN resolutions 5.4 and 6.4. A working group meeting was held at the 28th session in conjunction with the working group on publicity and funding. 13 experts attended the meeting. Another joint working group meeting with the working group on publicity and funding was held at the University of Copenhagen in September 2015. The National Geographic Information Institute of the Republic of Korea and the Danish Place Name Commission sponsored the meeting. And the meeting was attended by 21 experts from 12 countries. Current working conditions and status of the UNGEGN were reviewed, including completed or ongoing items since the 28th session, and the status quo regarding arrangements for the 29th session in Bangkok in 2016. Special attention was paid to the UNGEGN and UNCSGN operation modalities, which was discussed this morning. The working group on evaluation and implementation has been mandated to encourage the UNGEGN members to implement resolutions adopted at the conferences as the standardization norms for geographical names, as endorsed by the resolutions 5.4, 6.4, and 4.24. In order to continuously motivate UNGEGN experts to refer to the resolutions in their work, the documentation of the session has requested each working paper to indicate the resolutions to which the document refers since the 28th session. It is found that 33 out of 79 working papers presented at the 29th session, which is 41.8%, referred to resolutions. frequently referred resolutions included 1.4 on national standardization, 1.7 regional meetings, 5.6 promotion of national and international geographical name standardization programs, and 8.6 integration of geographical names data into national and regional spatial data infrastructures. The results of the survey conducted during the 28th session informed that major factors hindering the implementation of resolutions are the lack of awareness or understanding, the lack of coordination, and inadequate level of human and financial resources. It is suggested that drawing attention to implementing resolutions should be continued. Along this context, the working group has prepared to organize a workshop on implementing resolutions during this current 29th session with the case of commemorative naming. It is expected that each country's experience of commemorative naming practices by the public and the private sectors, guidelines provided by Names Authority, restraints to applying the relevant resolutions will be presented, and ideas to improve its implementation, such as how to consider each country's cultural, social, political, and economic context, will be shared and discussed. This workshop is scheduled on Wednesday lunchtime this week. The UNCSGN resolutions database is now in operation in 3 languages, English, French, and Spanish. It is hosted by the NGII and accessible from the UNGEGN webpage. In search of the possibility of expanding the database into a 4th language, the convener was informed that an expert from the Arabic division has committed to assist subject to approval of her institute, Compass. And I was informed that her work was improved by Compass, but unfortunately she could not make it for this session. This database work will begin when the complete text of the 207 resolutions adopted at all 10 conferences become available in Arabic with the technical and financial support of the NGII. The convener received the full Portuguese translations of the entire set of resolutions from the Portuguese-speaking division during the 28th session, which is also uploaded on the UNGEGN webpage. I was informed this morning that the Portuguese text has been revised and will be available very soon through the UNGEGN website. I want to skip the next part about evaluation survey of the 28th and 29th session because a separate paper will provide with more details. But I just would like to note that an online survey is to be adopted at the current 29th session, and the more details will be announced by the UNGEGN Secretariat, I believe, at an appropriate time during this week. Okay, it was agreed at the previous meetings that the working group on evaluation and implementation should continue its work separately from the working group on publicity and funding, but the 2 working groups should have joint meetings to achieve synergy effects. The working group is steered by the convener and the UNGEGN chair and vice chairs, but open to any interested experts. The 2 working groups welcomed at the previous meeting in 2015 a new rapporteur, Mr. Gerhard Rampel from Austria. A next joint meeting is expected to take place before the 11th conference in 2017. Okay, this is all I have to say about the report of the working group. Now I would like to open the floor for questions or comments. I think everybody is waiting for a break. Okay, I recognize distinguished expert from the Arabic division. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais savoir si les traductions des différentes résolutions en différentes langues sont sous la responsabilité de l'UNGEGN ou bien du pays traducteur. Je vous remercie.
Thank you for the question, distinguished expert from the Arabic division. The translation, I think, should be taken care of by each division who is using that language. And with the help and sponsor by the NGII of the Republic of Korea, some technical and financial assistance will be made. So that means that if any language version of resolutions is prepared, then it can go into the database scheme technically. So, and I heard from an expert from the Arabic division of her work on the translation of the English version to the Arabic version. So I think that is the way that the resolutions database is being prepared for other languages. Thank you. I recognize a distinguished expert from the USA and Canada division. With the floor, Madam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Convener. If I might just clarify, if I'm correct in this sense about the resolutions, they are produced by the United Nations in all 6 languages. It's not a question of translation of the resolutions, it's a question of amalgamating the resolutions from the 10 conferences, assembling them into a file that you can use to make them comparable with the English, French and Spanish that's up there already. I don't think any translation is involved in this, it's assembling the resolutions in a format that's usable. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished expert from the USA and Canada division. Yes, just assembling the resolutions from each conference could be the way to prepare a full text of resolutions in that language. And but I hope that that language version is prepared by an expert or experts from that division for a full review and full classification. And I'm not sure of the progress of 6 language version of each conference resolutions, but if they are ready, then it would be much easier to prepare a full text of resolutions. Could Secretariat make sure how the progress is being done for the resolutions in 6 languages?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Each time the conference meets and adopts a report, that report is issued in all 6 official languages of the United Nations. So there all resolutions adopted by the conference are contained in the 6 languages.
Thank you, Conference Secretary, for this information. Yes, if each conference versions of resolutions are ready, then it would be easier. And I did not take note of that fact. Thank you for the information. Okay, I recognize the distinguished expert from the Pacific Southwest Division.
Thank you, Mr. Convener. Just to expand on the point that was raised this morning, the official report of UNGEGN that goes to ECOSOC with the translation into the the languages of the United Nations does constitute an official UN document, and as such is translated by the UN. Any further work from that point onwards is the responsibility of UNGEGN members. So if we wish to compile all that information into different databases, into excise parts out of it to compile into a single document, then that rests with our responsibility and certainly not with the United Nations itself. Thank you.
Okay, distinguished expert from the Pacific Southwest Division for that information. Yes, I will make sure how the work should be done. Thank you. Any question or comments on this working paper? I see none, so I think it is right time to have a break. So let's have a 15-minute break, and we will be back 5 to 4. The meeting is suspended. Okay. Distinguished delegates, I think it's time to reconvene. The meeting is resumed. Okay, for the second working paper under this agenda item, I'd like to draw your attention to the next working paper, number 20/7, titled UNGEGN and UNCSGN documents on the UNGEGN website, the status quo. I now invite the distinguished expert from the USA and Canada division and the former chair of UNGEGN for presentation. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Convener. It is an important task of UNGEGN to make the materials on the standardization of geographical names widely available. This is in keeping with the aims of UNGEGN. And since the creation of our website, and in accordance with Resolution 14 of the 7th Conference, it has been possible to develop a central repository of the technical documents presented to both the UN conferences on standardization and to the UNGEGN sessions. Back in the 1990s, at the time, some of you will remember Hans Staber, who was head of the Secretariat at that time, and I had worked with him to really find out, make early inventories of where all the documents existed from the conferences, to make a listing of them, to find which parts of the UN held these documents and which ones we could acquire. So much work has been achieved in archiving these documents, and the UNGEGN Secretariat has now made over 3,000 of them publicly available on the UNGEGN website. And any of you who, I'm sure everybody has at this point, looked at materials from some of the earlier conferences, some earlier UNGEGN sessions, and you will know that there are many documents now there. You will find listings, either an Excel file or a PDF, of all the documents that have been presented, and you will then be able to go to the correct conference or session and read most of the papers or download them if you wish to. This is a unique document collection, and it serves numerous functions, both for UNGEGN experts and for the public. And if you want more details on that, I did present a paper at the UNGEGN session in 2014, so I don't want to repeat that part of it. And I would like at this point to thank the Secretariat and also the former staff in the UN Map Library who were so helpful to us to make these documents available so that they could be scanned and made available on the website. Also, a number of experts here have contributed copies of documents that we couldn't find. For example, Förje Normeling, Hubert Bergman, Sirka Paikala, and I think others may have contributed a number of documents to help fill the gaps. So at this point, for the UNGEGN documents, there are certainly over some 1,600 of these documents that you can access and download. And I would say that these documents are almost complete, or pretty well a complete selection of documents since UNGEGN started. In terms of documents from the conference, again, there are a lot of documents, some 1,800 or more from the conferences, the first 10 conferences so far, obviously. And the situation there is a little more complex because, as you will recall, there were some translations of documents, there are abstracts, and sometimes we've got certain missing pieces of information here. in the paper, I do list the documents that are currently missing, and from the conferences is primarily technical documents from the first 4 conferences, because of course at that point they were not digital, and this is a question of finding paper copies that people may have stored in their own archives. A number of countries weren't even represented at UNGEGN sessions at that point, so this is more difficult to check back. And I do thank Mr. Ormeling, who obviously had looked through my paper before the session and has brought some of the missing documents for us, and the Secretariat will take charge of those. Now, before this sort of finding these conference documents turns into a life's work for somebody, I'm anxious to offer some solutions to help finalize this. And I have in this document that's before you looked through the volume 2 that was produced for the early conferences. If you've looked at those, you'll know there's a volume 1, which is the report of the conference, and a volume 2, which was a collection of many of the technical documents combined into a published form. So many of the missing documents can be found as pages in a bigger book, so to speak. So I think I would ask that the Secretariat, or I could work with the Secretariat, whichever way they like to look at this, to try and have these scanned in New York, because I really think we want to say we have completed this. It is following up on a resolution to have this material made available, and I really don't think I or somebody after me wants to be looking at this every time we have a session. So I would like to work with the Secretariat and try and finish off this project of archiving documents. I think this is a very helpful contribution to have available to everybody, and if Ms. Blake's willing to agree to this, I would like to see that we could scan from the volume 2s that are available and more or less complete then the collection of conference documents. It would leave a few gaps, but it would be at least, I would say, 95% complete at that point. So I don't think I need to go into more detail. That's the basics of what the document's about. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished expert from the USA-Canada Division and the former chair of UNGEGN, for reporting on this progress of work and for your continuous attempt to make this archive complete. After a few years collection of documents, she now suggests the method to restore missing documents by use of the reports of the conferences, and it has proved to be successful according to her exercise. And she proposes that the UNGEGN Secretariat be of help in scanning the document and make it complete. Would that be possible?
Of course, certainly the Secretariat will support this activity as it usually does.
Thank you, UNGEGN Secretariat. Okay, if you want to ask any question or make comments, it is now open. Yes, I recognize the distinguished expert from the Dutch and German-speaking division.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm most thankful for this work Helen endeavored, as it is an enormously important resource for education in toponymy. And indeed, we are using the website extensively in the web course on toponymy, because there's so much material in it that is very useful. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished expert from the Dutch and German-speaking division, for this comment. Okay, I recognize the distinguished expert from the Baltic division.
Thank you, Mr. Convener. May I add my voice of support to the words that has been said by Ferry and Ormering. I'm very thankful to Madam Helen Kerfoot and the UNGEGN Secretariat for the work that they have undertaken to gather all the available material. The website of the working group on Romanization systems is extensively taking use of this material, and we would like it to remain actively available in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished expert from the Baltic Division and the convener of the working group on Romanization for your comment. And I recognize a distinguished expert from the Pacific Southwest Division.
Thank you, Mr. Convener. I too would like to add my thoughts to my thanks to the other two delegates who have expressed the same, but from a slightly different perspective. As a practitioner of naming policy and procedures within South Australia, we have often called upon those documents when we are asked questions by our political masters as to why something is important, why we should do something of that nature, and having the information from those documents in accompanying with the resolutions that were often passed from them gives us an ammunition source that we can use to convince others of the importance of a particular process or a particular step. I don't think we can overlook the importance of these documents at all, and I would like to thank Helen and others who have participated in this for the efforts they've done to provide them an availability for our use.
Thank you, distinguished expert from the Pacific Southwest Division, for your support for the value of the work. Thank you. Any other question or comment? I see none, so I want to get it progressed. And I now turn to the next working paper, number 60/7, titled Evaluation of the 28th Session of the UNGEGN, a review of questionnaire survey results. I'd like to ask my colleague from the Asia East Division other than China to give a presentation. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. 53 responses to the evaluation questionnaire were collected at the 28th session of the UNGEGN. An analysis of the Likert scale evaluations on the programs, contents, and the logistics of the session indicated an overall satisfaction with the session. The collection of responses and the tabulation of basic statistics were conducted by the UNGEGN Secretariat. Most of the respondents indicated that it had met their expectations, 52 out of 53, about 99%, and most of the respondents rated the success of the session very highly or highly, 49 out of 53, about 93%. When divided by each element of the session, documents were evaluated to be the most useful. Talking and networking with other delegates, workshops, special presentations, working group meetings, division meetings, and exhibition and displays also received very positive ratings. With regard to the logistics of the session, such items as retaining working group activities as agenda items, allocation of time, summarizing groups of documents, duration of the session, 5 days, and the distinguishing discussion papers from information papers were evaluated positively, with over 80% giving positive or very positive ratings, while time for working group and the division meetings was evaluated less positively, receiving a few negative responses. With regard to UNCSGN resolutions, most of the respondents indicated that the resolutions are very useful or useful for managers of geographical names in promoting the standardization of geographical names, 44 out of 49. about 90%. Most of the respondents rated the importance of implementation of the resolutions in each country's work on geographical names very highly or highly, 46 out of 48 delegates, about 99%. For future sessions, it was suggested to allow longer breaks for networking, more social events, more discussion about topical issues, more special presentations, time limit on presenting documents, and so on. And toponymic training and the implementation of resolutions were ranked at the top of the to-do list before the 11th UNCSGN in 2017. And also, there were suggestions for special presentations and workshops for this session. Those suggestions included UNCSGN resolutions, Asian-oriented theme in presentations, and presentation of geographical names as cultural heritage, and so on. More detailed information on the results of the Likert scale analysis is included in the working paper as tables. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished expert from the Asia East Division other than China for this informative paper. Yes, there were some suggestions and comments, some of which were reflected in this session, and some were not, and delayed and postponed to the next session. But the comments and suggestions are very much welcome for the improvement of the next session and conference. And before opening the floor, I would like to make a repeated reminder that a questionnaire survey for this session will be carried out in a digital form, and an appropriate an announcement will be made by the UNGEGN Secretariat at an appropriate time. All right, any question or comments for this paper? I see none. So I'd like to go on to the next paper. I now turn to the next working paper, number 14/7, creation of a new division enclosing countries of the North Africa and the countries of the Sahel. I'd like to invite the distinguished coordinator of the task team for Africa and an expert from the Arabic division for presentation. We have the floor, sir.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Ce papier fait suite à différents papiers qui ont été déjà présentés lors des différentes sessions du UNGEGN, notamment la 28e session. Donc, conformément respectivement à la décision numéro 28/105 du rapport de l'équipe spéciale pour l'Afrique du groupe des experts de la 28e session du UNGEGN, je cite, qui a reconnu que la complexité de la situation de l'Afrique signifie qu'un effort concerté devra être fait pour atteindre les objectifs du groupe des experts et qui a exhorté l'équipe spéciale pour l'Afrique à poursuivre les efforts qu'elle déploie pour faire reconnaître l'importance des noms géographiques et invite les pays d'Afrique à soutenir le programme de travail de l'équipe spéciale décrit dans ce rapport. Et aussi, conformément à la décision numéro 28/106 portant mise en œuvre des résolutions et activités relevant du groupe de travail sur l'évolution et l'exécution, je cite, qui a pris connaissance de la proposition tendant à créer une division du nord de l'Afrique et à engager les parties à se consulter avant la création éventuelle de cette division à sa 29e session. Conformément à cette décision, le Task Team for Africa a entamé plusieurs actions concourant à la concrétisation de celle-ci, notamment une action d'explication auprès de certains experts de la division arabe qui ont émis certaines légitimes appréhensions relatives à la création de cette nouvelle division, car ils estimaient que la création de celle-ci pourrait aboutir à ce que les pays d'Afrique du Nord s'impliquent moins dans la division arabe et par conséquent, cela se répercutera négativement sur les travaux et le dynamisme de la division arabe. Et je pense que c'est des appréhensions tout à fait légitimes. Mais je dois préciser également que, conformément au règlement du Genève, chaque pays pourrait faire partie de plusieurs divisions à la fois s'il le désire. La deuxième action, nous avons organisé un colloque international que j'ai signalé tout à l'heure, regroupant pour la première fois des pays arabes et des pays africains, notamment les pays du Sahel, au cours duquel nous avons également mené une action d'explication sur la nouvelle éventuelle division nord-africaine et des pays du Sahel. Les représentants africains participant à cette rencontre ont exprimé unanimement leur désir de créer cette division nord-africaine et ont fortement recommandé la mise en place de cette division. Par une lettre qui nous a été transmise, c'est en tant que Chair of Task Team for Africa, c'est les membres participants, en l'occurrence le Niger, le Tchad, le Mali et le Burkina Faso. Je vais vous lire la lettre qu'ils m'ont transmise en tant que président du Task Team Africa. C'est avec une grande satisfaction que nous avons pris part au colloque international sur le nomastique dans le monde arabe et les pays du Sahel, tenu le 1, 2, 3 février à Constantine. Par la présente, nous tenons à vous remercier très sincèrement pour nous avoir invités à ce grand rendez-vous scientifique de l'onomastique. Nous vous sommes très reconnaissants pour tous les efforts que vous avez personnellement fournis, lesquels nous ont permis de passer un séjour agréable et inoubliable sur le territoire algérien et notamment dans la capitale de la culture arabe. Nous vous rassurons par ailleurs que notre participation a été enrichissante. Nous avons beaucoup appris et fondons l'espoir que cette rencontre soit le point de départ d'un partenariat durable entre le Maghreb et le Sahel dans le domaine de l'onomastique et de la normalisation des toponymes. C'est notre souhait le plus ardent. C'est pourquoi nous nous engageons à œuvrer auprès de nos autorités respectives pour la création de cette division pour laquelle vous avez tant battu. Donc cette proposition est soumise encore une fois à discussion. C'est uniquement à discussion. Là, je pense qu'il y a toujours certaines oppositions légitimes de certains délégués de la division arabe. Je la soumets une fois encore à discussion en espérant que si ça n'aboutit pas aujourd'hui, ça aboutira dans une autre session. Et je vous remercie.
Thank you, distinguished expert from the Arabic Division and the coordinator of the Task Team for Africa for reporting on this continuing effort to create a new division. this is a continuation of the working paper submitted to the 28th session, and you are now proposing that you want to have more time to discuss, to consult with other experts in the Arabic division for making a confirmation of the creation of new division. Do I understand correctly, Mr. Tui?
C'est presque ça, effectivement, c'est une nouvelle proposition, une nouvelle soumission à discussion pour peut-être répondre à certaines appréhensions de certains délégués, pour leur apporter peut-être plus d'explications, pour peut-être entendre également les délégués des pays africains concernant cette proposition, et notamment d'autres délégués éventuels, pas uniquement africains, des pays qui sont intéressés par tout ce qui se passe en Afrique. Je vous remercie.
Okay, thank you, distinguished coordinator of the task team for Africa, for your new proposal. And I think your proposal makes sense, but before postponing the discussion or the confirmation of the creation of new division, I would like to open the floor for some comments on the new proposal by Mr. Tui. And so if anybody wants to speak, I will give the floor to you. Okay, I recognize the distinguished expert from the Dutch and German-speaking division.
Thank you, Mr. Convener. I would like to support this proposal, as countries are free to choose the divisions they want to be a member of. Countries can be members of more than one division, so they can be a member of the Arab division and of the North African division. And divisions are constituted on the basis of linguistic or geographic considerations. So geographic proximity can be a very important argument, and indeed in the Dutch and German-speaking division we are a very active group, and this is just thanks to the proximity of our countries. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished expert from the Dutch and German-speaking division, for your comment referring to the experience of your division. Okay, any other comments? Okay, I recognize distinguished chair of the Arabic division.
Thank you very much, سيدي الرئيس. بداية أود أن أذكر الأخوة الحضور أن موضوع إنشاء شعبة جديدة تمثل شمال أفريقيا تم طرحه سابقا عدد من المرات وبشكل منفرد من قبل عضو الشعبة العربية السيد إبراهيم عطوي، وكان آخرها خلال الاجتماع الذي عقد في قسنطينة في الملتقى الدولي تحت عنوان أسماء الأعلام في العالم العربي وبلدان الساحل، وبحضور رئيس مجموعة الخبراء العالمية للأسماء الجغرافية السيد ويليام وات، إضافة إلى شخصكم الكريم. وأعتقد أنكم تتذكرون عدم الرغبة القطعية للشعبة العربية في الموافقة على هذا الطرح، حيث تم الاتفاق في ذلك الوقت أن يتم مناقشة هذا الموضوع في المؤتمر القادم للشعبة العربية المزمع عقده عام 2017، وبعدها سيتم عرض الموضوع على مجلس الوحدة الاقتصادية جامعة الدول العربية. وعليه باسمي كرئيس للشعبة العربية وجميع الإخوة الأعضاء المشاركين في هذا الاجتماع الموقر بما فيهم المغرب العربي شمال أفريقيا. لا نوافق على الاقتراح المقدم تحت البند WP 14/7. وشكرا سيدي الرئيس.
Thank you, distinguished chair of the Arabic divisions. So, I recognize distinguished expert from the Arabic division.
أريد فقط أن أعلق على هذه النقطة. لقد تحدثت مع أخي الدكتور إبراهيم عطوي ومع كذلك بيل وات on this subject, and just commenting also on the Dutch-German comment on that countries can be on many divisions, and we don't mind that. We in the Arabic division, we really would like to have the any African country to apply to be with the Arabic division. We are inclusive, not exclusive. We can have them, we welcome them, but we are really against dividing the Arabic division into two divisions. So the Sahel countries that have I was speaking in Arabic, now I'm speaking in English. Sorry. الدول الساحل الأفريقي نرحب بهم أعضاء في المجموعة العربية، يأتون إلينا ويجلسون معنا، وفي نفس الوقت لهم أقسامهم التي هم أعضاء فيها، فلا حاجة لتأسيس قسم جديد باسم شمال أفريقيا. هذا رأينا في الشعب العربية. نحن لسنا ضد الدكتور إبراهيم، بل بالعكس، يعني نرحب به وبأنشطته وبأنه عمود من أعمدة الشعب العربية، لكننا فقط نقول بأن هؤلاء الذين لديهم الثقافة العربية في دول الساحل يأتون إلينا ونرحب بهم ويجلسون معنا ويجلسون أيضا في أقسامهم. شكرا.
Yes, thank you, distinguished expert from the Arabic division. And I think I have to give floor again to the coordinator of the task team for Africa. So after that, I will give you. So, okay, Mr. Tui first.
Sorry.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je comprends parfaitement les appréhensions de Monsieur Abdallah de l'Arabie Saoudite, ses appréhensions, et qui, d'ailleurs, dans mon rapport, je les qualifie de légitimes, sachant pertinemment qu'il peut-être il faut du temps pour qu'ils comprennent un peu le mécanisme de fonctionnement de l'UNGEGN. Mais je voudrais aussi préciser, en concernant l'intervention de M. Aoun, que ce n'est pas une intervention personnelle, que j'ai agi en tant que membre de la division arabe, mais j'ai fait mon rapport en tant que président du Task Team for Africa. Et le mandat du Task Team for Africa, c'est justement de promouvoir la toponymie en Afrique, d'encourager les pays africains à être membres actifs de l'UNGEGN. Donc j'ai agi en tant que Task Team for Africa et non pas en tant que membre de la division arabe. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, distinguished coordinator for the task team for Africa, for your additional argument for the creation of new division. Okay, I think this will be the last. Let me give the floor to the distinguished expert from the Arabic division.
الوفد الذي يمثله المملكة المغربية في هذه الدورة 29 لفريق الخبراء العرب حول الأسماء الجغرافية، وبالضبط فيما يخص خلق شعبة جديدة تحظى بمشاكل الأسماء الجغرافية تضم بلدان شمال إفريقيا وبعض الدول الإفريقية في الساحل. هذا مشكل واستؤنف النقاش فيه منذ اللقاء الذي حصل في 2014 في نيويورك نظرا لاعتبارين أساسيين. سيدي الرئيس، كلما فكرنا في خلق شعبة جديدة إلا وكان علينا أن نفكر لها في ضمان نجاحها، إلا أننا نتفاجأ في هذه اللحظة بهذا الاقتراح أن نحن نريد أن نشتت بعض الجهود التي راكمناها من خلال النشاط الذي وفرته جميع الدول العربية على مسار انخراطها في هذا الفريق العربي الذي يعنى بالمشاكل، سواء كانت مشاكل تقنية أو علمية أو ما يتعلق بالأسماء الجغرافية. ولا زالت بعض المشاكل عالقة إلى حد الآن، والمجموعة العربية تشهد على ذلك. وعليه نريد اليوم أن نخلق شعبة أخرى حتى تذهب جميع الجهود، سواء منها الجهود الفكرية والمعرفية والعلمية، ونميل ونزيغ عن الهدف المأمول ألا وهو المفعولية للجامعة للوفد للفريق العربي في مجموعة الخبراء العرب لدى الأمم المتحدة في الأسماء الجغرافية. ففيما يخص هذه النقطة بالذات لم تتم وبطريقة شفافة أي استشارة واسعة على صعيد جميع الدول العربية من أجل خلق هذه الجمعية التي لا نعارض مبدأها الأول في خلقها، بل نعارض بقوة شديدة على الطريقة التي مورست بها وتسير نحوها من أجل خلق هذه الشعبة الجديدة. فحتى أكون دقيقا معكم، أنه ما دام أن لم تكن هناك استشارة قانونية هنا، وأتحمل كامل مسؤوليتي فيما أقول كممثل للمملكة المغربية، على أن هناك يبرهن على أن هناك من وراء هذا خلفيات سياسية لم تتضح إلى حد الآن. فما دام المشكل يهم في افتتاح الذي قاله الرئيس صباح اليوم على أننا يجب علينا أن ننكب على المسائل التقنية والعلمية حتى نصبو إلى ما تأمل إليه جميع الشعاب للأمم المتحدة في الأعلام الجغرافية من نجاح ومهارات، فنعلن على أننا نرفض رفضا تاما خلق انضمام المغرب لهذه الجمعية لدول شمال إفريقيا ودول الساحل الإفريقية. هذا النقطة الأولى. النقطة الثانية، يمكنكم السيد الرئيس أن تلاحظوا على أن جل الدول التي يقال عنها أنها وافقت وبالإجماع تبني خلق هذه الشعبة لم تحضر اليوم. ليست هناك تشاد، ليست هناك بوركينا فاسو، ليست هناك تونس، ليست هناك مصر، ليست هناك ليبيا، ليست هناك السودان، ليست هناك مالي، ليست هناك النيجر. فكيف يمكنكم أن تقبلوا قبولا موضوعيا في غياب من يهمهم الأمر على نجاح هذه الشعبة؟ وشكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, distinguished expert from the Arabic Division. I think we have to
go back to the new proposal of the distinguished coordinator of the task team for Africa. So are you still, Mr. Tui, are you still of the position to continue your new proposal, to have more consultations during this week and take this topic again sometime during this week?
Je pense que c'est une très bonne solution, une très bonne proposition, c'est de retarder encore cette proposition. Mais je dois préciser que cette proposition de création n'a aucune arrière-pensée politique. C'est une demande de création d'une nouvelle division pour encourager la toponymie en Afrique. Et je dis sans commentaire. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, distinguished coordinator of the task team for Africa, for your comment. I think my mission for chairing this session is to open the floor for presentation and discussions. So let me continue the last working paper submitted to this agenda item. So we now turn to the working paper number 73/7, South African Geographical Names Council and Standardization of Geographical Names. I'd like to invite the distinguished expert from the Africa South Division. We have the floor, sir.
Chairperson, let me thank you. And once more, thank the August gathering here in Thailand. The South African Geographical Names Council is a statutory body that has been established in terms of an Act of Parliament, the South African Geographical Names Council Act, number 118 of 1998. And it's an advisory body to the Minister of Arts and Culture on transformation and standardization of the geographical names in South Africa. Naming and renaming in South Africa remains part of a process of the transformation of the South African heritage landscape in order to forge a common national identity and nationhood. Ushering of a new society, naming always remains an issue that has to receive the highest attention in government since democracy in 1994. And this was part of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that pronounced that the symbolic repatriation of those who were wronged in the past will come as a result of them being honored in naming and renaming. The council is composed of representatives from each province and candidates that have been appointed by the minister, taking into account their special expertise and the population of the country, a representative of the post office, surveys and mapping, the Pan South African Language Board, and other relevant organization and government at the behest of the minister. Our task is to facilitate and set guidelines to the establishment of Provincial Geographical Names Committee. As a result, we have now since established 9 Provincial Geographical Names Committees to ensure standardization of geographical names and to ensure the implementation of geographical names in South Africa. Furthermore, our task is to promote the use of standardized South African geographical names at an international level, and to promote awareness of the economic and social benefits in the standardization of geographical names. In the process of naming and renaming, we are not the initiators of change. The initiators of change remain the citizens of South Africa. Anyone who wants to propose a changed name will then fill up a form, that form which will be then sent to the local level, the municipality. The municipality, after consulting and doing public participation, will then forward the form to the province. From the province, the form will come to the South African Geographical Names, where then it's adjudicated upon, and the decision of the council then becomes a recommendation to the minister. The minister has a final say to approve or reject the name. And once he has done that, he then will put that name in the Gazette for comments from other members of the population and for use by the public, researchers, government, atlas publishers, international organization, and other stakeholders. We are responsible for naming of geographical features, but not limited to that. We actually give advice in those areas that do not fall within our jurisdiction. For instance, in naming of buildings, in naming of farms, to some extent even in naming of streets. We always give advice on how that has to be done. So far, the council has approved 1,393 names. That is excluding the names that it has approved from the last 2 sittings, November and the recent sitting. The narrative of approved names is such that naming remains an emotive aspect of people's lives. So from time to time, we are challenged. But in South Africa, you have got a situation where some of the names, what we usually refer to as low-hanging fruits, you just have to correct the orthography and the spelling of a name, of those names that have been corrupted. And most of these names you'll find in the province of KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape. Among the names that have been finalized of major towns will be found in Limpopo and Mpumalanga. Recently, the Eastern Cape has done well in that most of the Eastern Cape have now, you no longer have your Queenstowns, your Mount Frere, your Mount Elives, and so forth and so on. They've all been changed. And we are responsible for renaming of other features, like renaming of the guest house at Matlambandlovu. That is the seat of the president, naming it John Langalibalelo Dube, the one in KZN, and then Durban, Sefako Magatu in Gauteng, and then John Makhathini in Gauteng too. Renaming of Johannesburg International, which was incidentally in the Cape Town Park town, to OR Tambo, because it did not make sense to have Johannesburg International Airport in another town. So we renamed it to OR Tambo Airport. La Messi to King Shaka International, Bloemfontein to Bramfisher International. Amongst the risks and threats the council faces is that there will be those pockets of resistance. But so far, the 2 major matters that have been taken to court were able to win it. The renaming of Nelspruit to Mbombela, Luitricha to Makado. And the issue of renaming of the capital, Pretoria, remains on the agenda of the Council. One thing that we have noticed is that even though there's an Act of Parliament, there are legislative shortcomings which render our work a bit difficult. More especially, there's no clarity in terms of what consultation really means, even though the name appears in a number of pieces of legislation. But we have come up with some form of understanding. This has been derived from the court cases that have already taken place. The court will then pronounce what it sees as consultation, and from there we then derive a meaning. And I think going forward, our job is going to be a bit easier. Thank you, Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, distinguished expert from the Africa South Division, for sharing your experience. I enjoy showing my students the video clip that the South African Geographical Names Council produced and distributed a few years ago, because it delivers very well why and how the standardization works are carried out. Now I open the floor for discussion. If anybody, I recognize the distinguished expert from the Arabic Division.
أشكرك سيد الرئيس. في البداية أود أن أهنئ جنوب إفريقيا، دولة جنوب إفريقيا، على إنشاء لجنة للأسماء الجغرافية، خاصة أن جنوب إفريقيا قد وقع لفترة طويلة تحت نير الاستعمار، وبالتأكيد حدثت هناك تغييرات وإحلالات في الأسماء الجغرافية في هذه المنطقة. وأتساءل هنا بالنسبة لفريق جنوب أفريقيا، ما مدى تأثير هذه الفترة الطويلة من الاستعمار على الأسماء الجغرافية في جنوب إفريقيا، وخاصة أننا نحن كفلسطينيين لا زلنا نعيش هذه الحالة، هي فترة الاحتلال الإسرائيلي، والذي يعمل على إقامة المستعمرات فوق المعالم الجغرافية الفلسطينية وإعطائها أسماء جديدة غير أسمائها الأصلية. وشكرا.
Before giving microphone to the Africa South Division, I'd like to emphasize that this is a very much substantial topic. So I want to ask the distinguished expert of the Africa South Division to make a short response. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair, for managing me. But allow me to indicate the following: that issues of colonization remain a thorny issue. And it's not things that you can actually wish away. The new challenge in South Africa today is that people are quick to reject Afrikaans names, Dutch names and so forth. And when they come up with new features and new developments, they give them English names, which is a colonization of a special type. And the point that I want to make is a simple one. When you drive between Mokaga, which was Kronstadt, to Welkom, let me say if you fly at night and you are from Switzerland, you fall in between. The next sign that you will see is going to say to you Geneva. You will think you are in Switzerland, and yet that Geneva is in South Africa. It's a small town in South Africa, very insignificant, and that's the effect of colonization. And I think further deliberations on the matter, because I respect the fact that this gathering is about the technical aspects, not the political aspects. I think further engagement can take place somewhere on the sidelines on this matter. I thank you.
Thank you, distinguished expert from the Africa South Division, for your response. I see no further comment or questions on this paper, so I want to conclude this session. We have looked through 5 working papers along with 2 documents in this session. Sorry, okay, I recognize the distinguished expert from the Arabic division.
سيد الرئيس، أرجو التكرم أننا في الشعبة العربية للأسماء الجغرافية مجتمعين على عدم الموافقة لإنشاء شعبة جديدة تمثل شمال أفريقيا، وأعجب أنه لم يتم اتخاذ قرار من قبلكم. شكرا.
Yes, distinguished expert from the Arabic division, your comment was noted. Okay, we generally considered the measures for the implementation of resolutions and for the improvement of the functional efficacy of the group of experts. Distinguished delegates, we have concluded our consideration of the last report for this afternoon. We will reconvene tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp and begin by listening to a special presentation by the director of the Statistics Division of DESA on the topic titled Power, Place and Place Names, UNGEGN and UNGEGN. Thereafter, we will take up agenda item number 8, activities relating to the working group on training courses in toponymy. I want to give the floor to the UNGEGN Secretary for announcements, if any.
I must thank everybody, all our members, for contributing to a very good start of our session, and to say that we look forward to tomorrow's continuance and our discussions and deliberations. I just have one housekeeping announcement. Read the activity for the Bureau and working groups this afternoon. I have some information. If you can see me at the front, I will provide you with this information. So have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
And additionally, from procedural perspective, when all participants exit through the main door, to your left there is a touch panel. There are 2 touch panels showing the provisional version of the list of participants. So today, tomorrow, when you have time, please take a look at your part on the touch panel. And there is a sign there in case there is a mistake or correction or addition. There's an email address there. So if you can inform the Secretariat of any change needed. Thank you very much.
Okay, I have just one more announcement, sorry. Please note that today we started at 9:30, tomorrow we start at 9 o'clock, and we'll start at 9 o'clock for the remainder of the week. Thank you.
Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.